He's here. And was it Hassan?
No.
Oh, again?
Somebody's down. Literally on the ground.
One way to get out of jury service.
Yeah. He used to be a stuntman in college.
We all right? Was it Mr. Sack? Okay. We'll get him some water and we'll just wait for a second.
Yeah.
Did he like walk from?
He was when gun.
Okay. Let me see what that looks like. Why don't you sit there for a sec? Very handsome. Perfect. Thank you. Much gear. Why don't we, oh, when he comes back, we'll bring Mr. Dennis out and we'll at least be ready for when they're ready. Your witnesses are ready?
Yes, Judge.
Oh yeah, there's a couch back there now. I haven't seen that. And it's not too crowded in there? Huh. Maybe that guy could lie down on the couch.
I have time, right?
Hey. Someone must have plugged. Let's figure it out. It's a Tor. I think I got it. Nope. It's your machine.
It has to be here.
It's two parts.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yep.
So I've muted you, so you're muted in Zoom, but you've sounds like you've muted your audio as well.
Correct.
We're good. Okay. All right. Are they good to go?
Yes.
Okay. There's a couch back there now. He can recline there. How does it look? It's a little crowded.
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, there's Mr. Dennis. Fantastic.
All right.
All right.
This
No, that wasn't a face that says it's all right. What do you think? Is it not enough room?
This is about.
What was your critique? What was the face about?
It's small, it looks small and they actually, the couch.
Oh, the couch looks small.
Yeah.
Like it's like a toy couch?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, it's roomy.
okay. I mean, it's the same couch. All right. All right. Let's get on the record. Please, so we can move forward. Are you good to go, Mr. Rao? You're half strength, but you're all right. Okay. You personally are full strength, I'm sure, maybe even plus with that smart water there. Okay, this is 24 SC 002-038, State versus Dennis, day 2 of the evidentiary part of the proceedings. We're starting in the afternoon because of drug court this morning. All our jurors are here and ready to go. Mr. Dennis is here standing in court along with his lawyer, Mr. Bass, who's put his jacket back on. We've got a prosecutor, and I think we're ready to go. Mr. Rao, anything you want to get on the record before we bring that loud jury back in here?
Judge, I presented the defense with a copy of a redacted copy of the GPI report. Initially, in addition to analyzing the 238 projectiles recovered from the deceased body, they also made mention in that report of all the other firearms that were recovered. So I redacted that, I presented that to the defense, and so it's our intent to introduce the redacted copy into evidence with that witness.
Okay, do you have an exhibit number that you'll be calling that so that we can anchor it to what it will be when that witness is on the stand?
There will be an exhibit
Okay,
number.
that's fine. We're talking about a GBI report. How about by whom?
By
Gravely?
Martin Gravely.
Okay. Mr. Bass, have you had a chance to review Martin Gravely's GBI report about the 38 projectiles?
I will be objecting at the appropriate time.
Well, why don't you object right now so I can work through that? Your objection to the redactions are what?
Not to the rejection, but just that the testimony of the analyst is not relevant until the proper chain of custody is laid.
Okay, and it may be that it's laid before he testifies. The narrow question right now is,
No objection to the redaction.
okay, so assuming there's a proper foundation, or I conclude that there will be one before the trial's done, you don't have an objection to Martin Gravely's report as redacted?
Assuming the proper foundation is laid, he's going to mention his analysis of the 38 slug recovered from the body. That is contained in the report. There's also contained in the report prejudicial material that we have already said is not to be admitted unless I open the door, which I have.
Which is what?
The Norinco rifle series.
I thought that's what's being redacted. Is that not redacted?
That has been redacted. There's 2 copies of the same document that presented the defense, just so that they can compare and contrast.
Compare the original with the redacted.
So one should have the entire complete report, and the other should have all the deletions.
Sure.
Except
So
relevant.
I do not object to the 38 bullet as general testimony, but expert, you'll need the foundation
Sure.
Doesn't have the objectionable stuff that was on top.
Got it. So again, my question was, has the information that you think ought to be redacted from Martin Gravely's report been adequately redacted in what Mr. Rao handed you? You're not waiving any argument about overall admissibility or relevance or expert qualifications, just
The
that.
action is accurate, complete, and acceptable.
Okay, great, done. We'll cross those other bridges should we get to them. Thank you for flagging that, Mr. Rao, and taking care of that. Anything else from the state? Okay. Mr. Bass, anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
Just that I anticipate there's going to be, audio and videos played, that can contain objectionable, prejudicial error, and should not be admitted. I don't know what the state is gonna play. They haven't told me their case, but I know the evidence contained in their evidence are items that cannot be played.
So the way one could handle that is to have filed a motion in limine saying the state's got this evidence, don't know if they're going to use it, but if they are, here's what you need to keep out, Judge. We're past that. I need you to be more specific now that we're in the middle of trial. Whose statements and what about those statements?
There's a 30-minute long conversation between retired APD Officer Daniels and Detective Stanfield going into the background, prior bad acts, inadmissible.
Prior bad acts of whom?
Dennis.
Okay. Daniels and Stansel, they had a conversation.
Correct.
And there are parts of that that you believe are objectionable.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a long conversation. They go into guns in the house. They go into statements of Mr. Dennis to Mr. Daniels.
Well, statements your client made to someone, I don't know, that your client said dumb things, he said dumb things. I'm not saying you said anything dumb, Mr. Dennis, but if he said something he regrets now, that I don't know is necessarily excludable. But some of the other things you described sound like they ought to be excludable. Is this a phone call, so it's audio only?
Correct.
Okay, so one is the Daniels and Stansel phone call. What else?
2 is the video recording of the interrogation of Chelsea Davis at the police station, where she's chained to the desk. She is told about guns being in the house, drugs being in the house. Obviously, none of that at this point is admissible.
Okay, so it's not the totality of her statement. It would be certain aspects. And I think you touched on this yesterday, that there are things said in a couple conversations, this being one and Daniels and Stansel being another, that unless the evidentiary posture of the case changes, should be excluded.
Correct.
It sounds like it's typically guns and drugs found in the house.
Correct.
A little more if Daniels or Stansel is saying, oh yeah, and you know, Mr. Dennis got in trouble for X back in Florida. Okay.
They do mention prior arrest of Mr. Dennis's mother. That's completely irrelevant.
Okay. Anything else? We got those are the 2 recordings.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Abadi, plan to navigate those 2 situations.
Plan to navigate is, we can't admit interviews just to admit interviews. They're hearsay. So there's no intention of admitting any of those interviews. What I did yesterday.
Okay.
Because the rules of evidence don't allow it. Obviously.
They don't right now. I'm sorry to interrupt, but things could change whereby you could choose to play something from Ms. Davis's interview. But it sounds like you are prepared to navigate around the kinds of things that Mr. Bass is concerned about.
Yeah. All the
Okay.
things that your honor previously ruled are inadmissible.
Okay.
This is why the state has figured ways if necessary to get around that.
But to repeat something I do think you said yesterday, you don't plan to lead with, as in affirmatively seek to admit either of the 2 conversations we heard about.
I would expect that to be met with extreme objections. So
Well, I hope no objections are extreme, but at least objections. Okay. That's how we're going to handle it for now. If the state needs to get those in, then we can take a break or figure out how we're going to navigate that. Anything else, Mr. Bass, on behalf of Mr. Dennis? Okay, then let's bring the jurors in, please.
When you gonna get the folks? When you gonna get the?
All right, the jurors.
I got bad jokes. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else should be seated. Good afternoon, jurors. Everyone doing okay? Yes? Staying hydrated? Bring water out here if you need to. That's the one thing you can bring out here, besides phones that make no noise while you're out here, would be bottled water is fine. And if anyone needs a break before I call a break, please let me know. I appreciate everyone being back here. Drug court went well this morning. Only one person had to go into custody. And lots of celebrations of people doing well in their recovery, which is good. But we're here for another matter, State versus Dennis. We remain in the midst of the state's presentation of its case. And I will ask Mr. Rao, since he's standing, to call the state's next witness.
Sure. State calls Chelsea Davis.
Praise the Lord, raise your hand. Do you feel hard that testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but yourself, God?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Have a seat. Can you say this for your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Chelsea Davis.
Ma'am, I'm going to say two things to you early on. One, that chair doesn't have wheels, so you don't roll off, but I need you to try to pick it up so you're scooched closer to the microphone, so you're using that. So if you just kind of lift it up and slide forward, that way you're not going to have to lean as much. It's heavy. Grab it by the handles. I think that'll work better if you grab it by the handles, and Deputy Gordon will help you if you can't. Can you help her scoot the chair forward, please, Deputy?
Sorry.
There, much better. Okay. Second thing, we know how to spell your last name, standard spelling, but I've seen your first name with a T and not a T. Can you spell your first name for the record?
My first name is spelled ChelTsie.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Rao?
Is the T silent in your name?
The T is silent in my name.
Ms. Davis, can you tell us where you're originally from?
Yes, I was born in Louisville, Kentucky, but raised in Jeffersonville, Indiana.
And when did you find your way down to the state of Georgia?
About roughly 2022, around that time. Around
Do you remember
2022.
kind of like what time during 2022?
Close to the end of the year, December. Yeah.
And what was the reason you came down to Georgia?
I came down for room to grow, better job opportunities, my music career, just a change. Wanted a change.
Which city in Georgia did you specifically move to?
When I first moved down here, I was living in Mapleton, Georgia.
And did you eventually make your way to Atlanta?
Eventually, yeah.
What was the sort of work that you were doing when you first moved down?
When I first moved down here, I got a job at Kinko and I was a forklift operator, working forklift, third shift.
And did you maintain that job throughout the course of that time between when you moved in and today's date, or were there other jobs that you were working?
It was other jobs in between. I was there for some months and then ended up getting another factory job, and was there for more months. And then I worked at the Westin Hotel.
How long were you at the Westin Hotel?
Almost a year. Almost a year.
And are you still with the Westin, or what do you do now?
I actually have my own cleaning business. I got my LLCs and yeah, I'm just cleaning.
So during the time that you were at the Westin, did you come across an individual by the name, or at least as far as you knew, to be named Pressure or Pete?
Yes.
Who was Pressure or Pete to you?
Brenton. Oh, who was he to me?
Yes.
At first, we were friends, like getting to know each other. Yeah. We had just met and we were getting to know each other.
And can you tell us a little bit about how you first encountered Brenton or Pressure?
Yeah. So at this time, when I first met him, I was living around the area where I met him, in Bankhead or that area. And I was living with a guy that I was dealing with. His name was Ezra. And when I met him,
When you say you were dealing with someone, is that like you were dating this other guy?
we were like dating in a sense, but we were going through some things.
The other guy, not you and Pressure.
Facts, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
So we were dating. And then I met him at a red light. We met at a red light and he got out the car and we exchanged numbers and talked. And then from there, it was just history from there. Yeah.
Just like literally your car was stopped and this guy gets out of his car. It's like, hey,
Our windows was down. Like, it was like kind of cool. Like, he got out like bold. He wasn't afraid. He got out and he was just like, hey, how you doing? I couldn't help myself, but we had a conversation and I was like, ooh, you gonna be my husband. And then we exchanged numbers and then I was like, yeah. And after that, like, we just been texting every day, talking and getting to know each other.
Before meeting Pete or Pressure,
Yeah.
You said that you were with an individual by the name of Ezra.
Mhm.
How long were you with Ezra?
I was with Ezra probably like 5-6 months. It wasn't a full year, but yeah.
Without getting into like the specific nitty gritty and details of that relationship, how would you describe the overall nature of that relationship between you and Ezra?
It was ups and downs with me and him. Kind of like me walking on eggshells with him. Like, I kind of wasn't happy at the end. Like, our relationship was just, he was kind of like crazy, or like how would I say crazy? Like a narcissist almost, but like will flip out if I don't make something right. If I don't cook the eggs right, I'm getting yelled at or screamed at. But it was never anything like physical or anything like that. But yeah, that's our relation, what mine and Ezra's relationship was.
Did you ever feel appreciated during the time that you were with Ezra?
Not necessarily, not at all.
Let's transition to the time where you finally met Pete
Yeah.
or Brenton. And just so that I stop, well, let me ask you this question. Do you see Pete or Brenton in the courtroom today, the one that stopped you during that red light?
Yes, I do.
Mind pointing out that individual and identifying him for the record?
Sitting over there, or sitting down over there. I'm sorry.
so there are a lot of folks sitting down over there. Can you describe some article of clothing that he's got on?
Yeah, he's got on a suit with his hair dreaded.
Okay. So there's a bald guy and a non-bald guy sitting over there. It's the non-bald guy?
The one with dreads and
Yep.
getting the dread, yeah.
Okay.
And then, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant as pressure.
She has.
So, Ms. Davis, when you met the defendant, how long, I guess let me ask you this. After he stopped you at the red light, did you maintain communication with him?
Yep.
How so? Was it over the phone? Did you all meet in person?
I mean, texting, like we did meet in person, of course. Yeah, we did hang out.
And if you haven't already answered this, what time of year did you meet him? What was the month and year to your recollection?
I believe it was like November of 2023, the end of November 2023.
Between November 2023 and January 2023, how would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
Amazing, like perfect. He was like my gentle giant. He was great to me. Like I never seen anything like Ezra. He was nothing like Ezra. That's what I would say.
Enjoy your time with the defendant during that time period?
Absolutely did.
Now, coming into January 2023, what were your living arrangements like at that point in time?
Coming into 2023,
Or, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say 2023, 2024.
coming into 2024.
So
I was living from friend to friend. I didn't have my stuff together. So I was just like staying after Ezra, after P living there, I was just friend to friend.
when did that change?
It changed when I got my apartment.
At any point in time, did you, between staying friend to friend and moving into your apartment, did you ever stay with the defendant?
Oh, I moved in with him, I want to say like the end of January. So going into 2024, yes, the end of January, I moved in with him.
So end of January 2024, you moved in with him. Do you remember the house that you moved into him with?
I do.
And towards the end of January 2024, you moved in with him. Was there anyone else in the house that was living there in addition to you and the defendant?
His little brother and his father.
Do you remember their names by any chance?
Their both names is Tim.
And did the house have like a security system or surveillance system to your knowledge?
It had cameras. Yeah, it did.
And were there a way, means for you to see what was going on as far as what the monitors were capturing inside the house?
Yep.
Did you ever happen to see what, from time to time, what the camera feed was showing at any point in time?
I did a little bit, yeah.
And so in addition to living with the defendant, his father and brother, were there any animals in the house?
Yeah, it was about 7 dogs.
7?
What kind of dogs?
All kind of dogs. It was different breeds.
Were they living inside the house, outside the house?
Some out back, some in the house, some in the basement. Yeah.
And so, in addition to staying with the defendant, what was your specific transportation like in terms of your ability to move on about? Did you have your own car?
No, I Ubered or Lyfted at the time. If he didn't take me to work or pick me up, I'm lifting and Ubering.
When he took you to work, what would he drive?
His truck.
You say his truck, can you specifically identify what the brand, make, model?
Escalade.
That'd be a Cadillac?
Yeah.
So he drove you around in his Cadillac. Did he have any specific affinity to that car that you were able to perceive or observe?
What does that mean?
Did he,
Good question.
did he care about his car? Was he a car guy from your perception, or did he not care about what
yeah,
his car looked like?
I would say, yeah, he cared about his car.
And when he cared about his car, would you mind describing a little bit about what you
Just keeping it clean, keeping it nice, up to date, like, yeah.
Do you know if he was still making payments on the car? Was the car paid off?
I believe it was paid off, yeah.
So, you're here today,
Mhm.
to talk about, some of the events that you observed. Do you remember the events of, on the morning of February 5th, 2024?
Yes,
I'd like to first talk about the day before,
okay.
orient the viewers as to what was going on. The day before, were you still working at the West End Hotel?
I was, yes.
What was your shift like?
I worked 8 until working till completion. So I would work 8 until maybe 8 p.m. or maybe just whenever I got done cleaning my 16 rooms. So
So typically from 8 to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
yeah, yeah.
What were the days that you would work?
It'd be like they change it every week, but I mean, I know I've always worked like Monday through Friday. Sometimes on the weekend, sometimes not the weekend. But
How would you get to the West End?
like I said, if I wasn't Ubering or lifting at that time, he would probably take me. But in the mornings, no, he would be at work already, so I would already be Ubering there.
But sometimes the defendant would pick you up in his
Yeah.
vehicle.
Yes.
And which West End did you work at?
The Westin Hotel on Peachtree.
Is that the one in Midtown?
Peachtree,
Is it
downtown.
the round one?
Yeah, the big circle building.
The bit, one with the restaurant at the top
Yeah,
that goes
yeah.
around.
Gotcha. So that particular morning, was there anything, did you work your full shift that day?
No, I didn't actually. That morning, I probably worked half a day. I was sick. I had strep throat and I was running a fever. So I did know going into work that I was already starting to feel my sickness, but I went to work anyway. And I get to work and I probably cleaned about 4 rooms at this time. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. So I go to my boss downstairs and I tell him that I'm not feeling good. I think I have strep throat. And he's like, okay, well, clock out. And well, he said, matter of fact, don't even touch the clock out button. He's like, just go home. We'll clock you out. And I went home.
How did you get home?
He had came in to pick me up.
Did you say he, who do you mean?
P.
Sorry, P?
Pressure.
Okay. And was that in the same like Escalade?
Hmm?
Cadillac Escalade.
Yeah.
And did you make any stops to get medicine or did you go straight home?
Actually did. We went to, I think, a CVS or a Walgreens to get some Mucinex and NyQuil.
And after that, did you go home or did you make any additional stops?
Went home.
And did you stay at home though after that?
Yes.
Or did you go anywhere else?
Stayed at home. I was on bed rest. Like I stayed at home.
And was the defendant with you or was he elsewhere?
He
after you
was-
arrived?
He was with me for the most part, like coming in, checking on me, making sure I'm good. Or if he's not in the living room talking to his dad, he would come in and check on me. But he was home.
And we've been talking about the house that you lived in. Do you remember the specific address?
516 Chapel Road.
Show you some photographs that have been pre-marked for identification purposes. States 98 through 114, which I've shown for the house. And you take a quick look at each of these photographs and let me know when you're done.
I'm done. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you recognize states exhibits 98 through 114?
I do.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
What do you mean recognize? Like,
Are those pictures of the residents that we've been talking about?
yeah, of course.
I'm gonna just fast forward a little bit before I start analyzing the evidence.
Okay.
At any point in time, after the morning events of February 5th, 2025, did the police department come into the home and search the property to your knowledge?
They did.
Now, the photographs
Or
are depicted in here, are they after the search or before the search?
that looks is after the search.
You go back into the house at any point in time after the search?
I did.
Condition of the house that it was in when you went back into the house after the search, is that fairly and accurately depicted in states 98 through 114?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So the photographs that I showed you
Mhm.
after the search.
Yeah.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed as far as the condition of the house and the?
Yeah, when I came back in, that's what it looked like. Yeah.
At this time, the state would see to admit states 98 through 114 into evidence.
No objection to any of the photographs.
98 through 114
Yes.
are now admitted.
So before we get into the morning events, I just want to be able to orient the jurors to the residents. Is locked, right? Maybe not. There we go. Should be populated now. Okay. So, what we see on state exhibit 98, is that a photograph of, the house that you stayed in with the defendant on Chapel Road?
Yes, sir.
The exterior of the house?
Ms. Davis, I need you, when you're answering, to say yes or no, or maybe, whatever it is. The court reporter isn't able to do a mm-hmm.
Yes.
So we know what you're saying, but if you just say yeah or yes or something like that, that'll help for the record, okay?
Okay.
Thank
gotcha.
you.
Yes.
State's exhibit 99, is this the same residence at a different angle?
Yes, it is.
State's exhibit 100, is this the front door that we see on state's exhibit 99 and 98?
Yes.
State's 101, going into the front door, would this be what you would be walking into?
Yes, sir.
What is state's exhibit 101?
That's the living room.
State's exhibit 102, is this a photograph of the living room at a different angle?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Just as long as we get an affirmative response, otherwise I'm sure we're just gonna have my head. And state's exhibit 105, is this another angle of the living room
Yes,
covering
it
a
is.
different portion?
Yes.
Now, state's 102, if I were to go down that pathway through that door or doorway, what would be straight ahead?
Straight ahead would be the kitchen.
And is this the pathway you would take from the living room to get to the kitchen on state's 104?
Yes.
Now, to the left, if this is the angle that we would be walking in through the hallway, to the left of me, what would that be?
Like a office, like a work area.
Is that what we see on state 105
Yes.
and 106 at a different angle?
Yes.
Now, going down the pathway that was previously depicted on states 104, as I transition to states 107, is this what I would be walking into if I were to go down the pathway?
Yes.
And what is states at 107?
That is, you're looking at the kitchen. You're looking at where the laundry is in the kitchen.
States 108, if I were to make a right from where, if I was to be positioned where we see states 107, is this what I would be looking at?
Yep. Yes, you would.
What is down the hall from states 108?
Down the hall is the room that is Pressure's room.
And where did you stay when you were living with Pressure?
I stayed in that room with him.
States 109, is that just a close-up of the doorway to
Yes.
the room that you stayed in? States 110, is this the bedroom?
Yes, it is.
And states 111, I know the condition of the bed probably wasn't the same way as it was on the morning hours of February 5th, but from what you can see on there, what side of the bed would you stay on and what side of the bed would the defendant stay on?
I would stay on where my robe is on that side, and then he would be on the other side over here.
The pink thing is your robe?
Yes, sir.
So if I'm facing from the foot of the bed, you're on the right side of the bed and Mr. Dennis is on the left side.
Yeah, correct.
States 112, is this, what is this a picture of?
It's a picture of still the room, just the closet, and yeah, it's the room still.
And on the bottom right corner of States 112, do you know what that is?
A cage?
And was there a specific purpose with the cage?
Yeah, the dogs was in there.
Would you have dogs stay with you in the room that you stayed in?
Yes.
They be in the cage or outside?
Either both. Sometimes cage, sometimes like outside.
All 7 stayed in that one cage?
No, there were like I said earlier, there were dogs in the backyard, dogs in the basement, and dogs in the room too.
Okay.
States 113, is this a photograph of the same cage that we saw in States 112?
Yes, it is.
And States 114, is this another angle of the bedroom that you stayed in?
Yes, it is.
And you indicated that Pressure was, and the defendant would stay on this side of the bed. What is it, as I'm on the bottom right, that we're looking at on States 114, what is that?
That's like a little stand, like a sock drawer stand.
What's on top of the stand?
A camera or like a tablet.
What would that tablet be used for from your observations during your time there?
It shows outside, like the cameras that are outside.
So let's go back to the morning hours of February 5th, 2024. When you fell asleep the night before, at what point in time do you remember, well, I guess let me ask you this question. Do you remember waking up on the morning of February 5th?
I do remember waking up February 5th.
And when you woke up, was the defendant there in the bed with you or was he somewhere else?
He was with me.
And when you woke up, can you tell us what you remember from the point in time that you woke up?
Well, when I woke up, he was like in the bed with me as well, but he was already sitting up and looking at his camera, and he did a glimpse looking at his camera, and then he said somebody's breaking into his car, so he jumps up and he runs outside to his car.
He says someone is breaking into my car. How is he saying it as calmly as you are?
Like a panic, like somebody's breaking into my car, and then runs outside.
When he runs outside, what are you doing?
I'm still in the bed. I'm still like trying to figure out like what did he just say? Like it didn't click just yet. So I'm still in the bed.
When did it click?
It clicked for me when I got up and I looked at the camera and I squinted my eyes and I seen fighting going on outside. That's when it clicked. So
Who was fighting?
Brenton and some man outside.
And when you're looking at the surveillance monitor, does it just show you one camera or does it show you?
It shows 4 cameras, 4 different angles. One in the backyard, one in the front yard, one by the side of his car, and another one, I can't remember what the other one showed, but it was 4.
And from states 110 through 114 that we showed you, is this the bedroom that you woke up on and saw what you observed on the monitor?
Yes, sir.
After you observed the defendant and this other person fighting, what did you do after that?
I got up and I went outside. And as I'm going outside, his little brother like kind of grabs me and says like, no, go back in the house. So I go back in the house. And when I'm going back in the house, moments later, I hear little Tim call the police. And so I felt like, okay, well, I'm going back to bed. Let the guys handle that. And I just went in the room and laid down. And I guess like, I don't know, moments later, I look back on the camera and I see that the guy is pinned down. So he has him on the ground, like call the police.
So you said a lot. I just want to be able to unpack a lot of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back in time to the point in time where you decide to go out to the front.
Okay.
Did you take kind of the same pathway as we saw from states 98?
Yes, I did.
110,
Sorry.
but just kind of in reverse?
Yeah.
And did you stay in the house or did you actually go outside?
I stayed in the house.
So I'm gonna transition. Where did you stay inside the house as it relates to observing what you observed?
Yeah. At first, because like I said, I did come outside. I did get a glimpse of the fight or whatever. When I was told to go back in, I went in. When I went in, I went through the front door, the hallway, the same pathway that it shows to the room. I went straight the pathway and into the bedroom.
Let's talk about when you got outside.
Okay.
And anywhere on states 98, and you can get up if you would like, just so that you can, or actually.
Why don't we mark on the screen? That's just easier for the witness.
Okay.
Do you want me to? So if you tap the screen once, then there's a circle.
Yeah, it's hit that circle with a pencil in it. There you go.
Now, Ms. Davis, your finger is like a pen, and where you put red should appear on the screen. But let Mr. Rao ask you a question. We've got some test marks on the SWAT truck. All right, you just pop the tire.
There we go.
Okay.
Right.
We'll be the first.
Microphone there.
Yeah, let's get them. Thank you.
So on states 98, now that we can mark on the screen, can you kind of tell the jurors where you were, where ultimately you stood when you got outside? So you walked down the steps that we see on states 98?
Mhm. Yes, I'm sorry.
When you walk down the steps, the driveway is empty now in states 98. Was there any vehicles on the driveway at the time that you observed?
Yes, his truck was in the driveway.
Where was the defendant and the other person that were fighting that you observed on the monitor?
Well, it's not, I can't do it on this screen, but it's like directly in front of the house.
Let's transition to states 99.
There we go, right here. This area.
It's there. It may be slow in appearing. It will make it. It looks sort of like a treble clef or something on the edge of the sidewalk.
Were they on the sidewalk or were they on the grass?
Both. From what I got, it was both.
And from where you were standing and observing the two of them, were there any other additional people outside with you?
Just the brother from what I seen and the guy and him.
Was the brother also engaging in the fight, or
No.
was it just the defendant and the other guy?
Just the defendant and the other guy.
And this giant truck was not there at the time. The Escalade was, but the
Yeah.
SWAT machine was not.
Correct.
Okay.
When, how long would you say you were standing out there, observing the fight?
I wasn't out there long, like just went out there and seen what was going on and I went right back in the house.
Do you notice anything in particular, about the fight? Anyone having any weapons?
I didn't see any weapons right there. No.
When, so when you were outside, how did you get back inside of the, you previously had said that the little brother, was out there. How did you, did he escort you back or?
Yes,
were you
escorted
both
me
go
back. Yes.
Did he escort you all the way to the bedroom or?
No, I walked myself to the bedroom.
And you indicated that, you heard someone say, "Hey, little T, call 911."
Correct.
You know who was making that statement?
Pressure.
You recognize his voice?
Of course. Yes.
When, where were you in relation to the inside of the house when you heard that statement?
Walking like the bathroom where the office area was, I was right there.
So what we see on states, 104 is.
This area. Yes.
Okay. After hearing that, did you go back, in the direction of your bedroom?
Yeah, I went back to the room after hearing that.
Let's transition to states 111. When you got back to the bedroom, what did you do?
I laid down right here where my robe is. I laid right back down in this bed.
Were you over the covers, under the covers?
Honestly, no. I was just at that moment. I was just under the covers, but not over the covers. But I did cover back up for sure. Yes.
Now, you had indicated that you had observed the defendant essentially pin that guy,
Mhm.
pin the guy down. How did you observe that being in the bed?
Actually, I did another squint and I looked at the camera and I seen that he was on the ground, just pinned.
At any point in time, did you see the defendant leave the view of the camera? Or did he continue to stay out there as far as you know?
At some point, I did see him leave the camera.
When he left the view of the camera, what direction was he heading as far as what you observed?
Coming in the house.
When you observed that, what was the person that he was in a fight? The other person, what was that person doing?
He was laying on the ground, like beat up, just laying on the ground.
When you say beat up, how were you able to ascertain that from what you were able to observe?
I say beat up because one, I saw the fight, I saw the glimpse of the fight, so I know, and then he's on the ground, really not moving around, so I know he's beat up. So that's why.
That was the impression that you received from him?
Yes, that's what I seen in the camera.
Did you, after going back inside the house and after observing what you observed outside, did the defendant ever come back into the bedroom that you all shared?
Yes, he did.
From the point in time when you saw the defendant leave the person laying on the ground, walking in the direction of the front door, how long would you say it took from that point in time to when you saw the defendant back in your bedroom?
I can't recall the timing.
Was it quick? Was it, did it take a long time to your recollection?
Asked and answered and leading.
I think question doesn't presuppose an answer.
So overruled on the leading part. You're not retilling the same ground, or we're just reorienting for another line of question?
Reorienting another line of
Okay.
question.
Why don't you ask the question again and you can answer it?
From the point in time where you observed the defendant walking back in the direction of the front door to when you observed him coming into the bedroom, how long did it take? Was it, and you don't have to give like a specific.
I say minutes, like I guess a minute or two, or yeah.
When he got into the bedroom, what did you observe him doing?
When he came into the bedroom when I was laying down, he gets inside of the drawer, the sock drawer, and he grabs a gun, a small gun, and he walks back outside.
So when you say, goes to the drawer, do you remember where the drawer is in relation to states, or can we see the drawer on
Yes.
states 111?
Yes, you can see the drawer in States 111.
On states 111, or is it on a different photo?
Is this one right here? This one, no, it's not on this one, but
On states 114, do you see the drawer?
it's on the right hand. It's right here on the corner. Oh, I can draw on it still,
You can.
right there.
Is that where we see that blue tab, or previously saw that blue tab?
Yes.
I can't make it. I gotta get that sheet. Okay. All right,
Mine thing is zoomed in. That's why.
gotcha. So where you drew that red line, I'm just gonna point it out, just for my edification. Is this the drawer that you observed the defendant get the gun out? Okay. Was it a long gun? Was it a small gun?
It was a small gun, like can fit in your hand.
Do you know if it was a semi-automatic or a revolver?
I don't.
I'll show you a picture, just, do you remember, seeing the gun?
I remember getting a glimpse of it. Yes, I do.
From the
Mhm.
glimpse that you observed, I'm gonna show you a demonstrative.
Have you shown it to Mr. Bass? Thank you.
From what you see here,
This one.
publish that for the jurors. And as you've been doing beautifully before, would you mind marking which gun it looks similar to?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
So let me ask you this question. Can everyone see the marking? Because it's just me. So it was the gun on the right. Is that correct?
Correct.
After you saw him get the gun, did you two exchange words? What were you doing?
No, after he got the gun, he went outside and my anxiety kicked in. I stayed in the bed. Literally.
When did your anxiety kick in? Was it before or after you?
When I seen him grab the gun, I got scared.
After he grabbed the gun, did he linger in the bedroom or did he immediately go out?
He didn't linger in the bedroom. He went outside after he grabbed the gun.
And at that point in time, when he's going outside, do you hear anything?
Not at that moment. I didn't hear anything just then. No.
Is there anything of significance after the point in time when you observed the defendant take the gun that you heard something about?
I did about maybe like 7 to 10 minutes later. I did hear 2 shots go off. Yes, I did.
What was the intervals? Or I guess let me ask you this question. Was it like 2 consecutive shots or was there a pause in between?
It was boom, boom.
Did you hear anything else?
I didn't hear anything else after that. No.
What was going on in your mind at that point?
In my mind, I was just, I was under the covers. That's when I put myself under the covers, and just praying.
At any point in time after you observed the defendant
Mhm.
take the gun from the drawer on States 114, did you look back at the monitors to see if anyone was there?
I did, and nobody was outside. When I looked on the cameras, there was nobody out there.
When you heard those gunshots,
Mhm.
did you see the defendant again after you heard those gunshots?
Roughly some time goes by. He comes in the house, he kisses me on my forehead, and then he says he's going to work, and then he leaves and goes to work.
Is that the extent of your communications?
That
with
was
him?
the only, yes, sir, that was the only communication that we had.
After the gunshots, after he kissed you on the forehead, what were you doing the rest of the day?
I probably took some more medicine and went right back to bed.
Do you remember what kind of medicine you were taking?
Yes, I was taking NyQuil and Mucinex.
Was there any sort of side effects that you were having as it relates to the medication that you were taking?
Just sleepy. It just made me sleepy. That's the only side effect that I.
Did you have anything in your ears? Did you have anything?
I did. I had from my job from the Westin, I get these little earplugs. And since we have 7 dogs in the house, I always like to take some of those plugs home and just stick them in my ears. It helps me better sleep at night too.
Is that something you do just because you're sick or just?
Oh,
just
no,
because?
for the dogs, but when I was sick, it made it even help better because of my ears being cloggy and everything. So yeah.
Ms. Davis,
It
you're
did.
doing a good job with the yeses and the nos. You need to wait till Mr. Rao's done.
Okay.
You can tell where he's going with the question, but if he's talking and you're talking, Ms. Rivers can't take both things down. So
I'm
let
sorry.
him finish. That's okay. Just let him finish the question. The same will be if Mr. Bass wants to ask you questions. Just wait till the question's done, even though you may know the answer. That way we've got just one voice at a time.
I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. Thank you.
So you had those things in your ear. At any point in time, did you encounter the defendant's brother or his father inside the house after the events that transpired?
No, I didn't.
Did you observe anyone else in the house at some point in time or surrounding the house at some point in time after the events that you testified about?
Actually, I did. So, after him coming in saying I'm going to work, I went to bed and then woke up sometime to use the restroom. When I woke up to use the restroom, I seen there was a police officer sitting outside of the house. I didn't hear any knocks or anything like that, so I didn't think too much of it. I did end up going like back to bed after that.
Did you text anybody, reach out to anybody? To see-
I did. I'm sorry, I did. Yes. I texted Pressure and let him know, hey, there's the police outside.
Did he respond or?
Yeah, basically just, okay, it's all right, just go back to bed type.
Did you in fact go back to bed?
In fact, I did, yes.
What do you remember happening next?
Next, I remember maybe, if not an hour go by, I remember the back door. I hear banging at the back door, like really loud noise. So I get up and I open the bedroom door. And as I'm opening the bedroom door, the police is already in the house. The SWAT team is already in there. And they're like, show me your hands, show me your hands. And I give them, like, show them my hands.
Where were you when they said, show me your hands?
I was opening the bedroom. I was in the bed, but I got up and I was opening the bedroom door. I was right there, that door.
What we see on States 114, but the door that we see that's open, was that closed at the time?
Yes. Yes.
And did you put your hands up?
Yes, I did.
And what ended up happening as far as you recall?
They asked if anybody else was in the home. I told them I have no idea. They took me outside. They searched the home. I was sitting outside we were probably out there on that property for about 3 hours while they were searching. They had to get the dogs to the pound. So yeah, and then they took me downtown to the interrogation.
Where were you outside when the search was taking place?
I was sitting in the truck that was in the front yard. I was in the back.
We saw in the previous photograph.
Yes.
And you said that you went downtown.
I did.
Did you speak to anyone when you arrived at?
I did. Yes, I did.
Do you remember the names of the people that you spoke to?
No, sir, I don't.
Remember how many people were, well, let me ask you this, when you were speaking to people, were you in a room, were you out in the open?
I was in a room.
How many people were in the room with you?
I believe it was 2, if not 2, maybe 3, but I think it was 2, from my knowledge.
One of them a man, both of them men, both women, one woman, one man, do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Do you remember the names Detective Hulse or Detective Stansel? Did those names refresh any
Objection
recollection?
leading.
No, I'm sorry.
Overruled. Answer is no, they don't remind me.
I'll transition out from that. do you remember talking to people?
I do remember talking. I just don't know their names. That's all.
The things that you have testified about today,
Yes.
are those things that you told the people that were asking you questions?
No, sir.
Why is it that you did not say those things?
That in that time, I didn't say those things because I was scared and I really cared about him.
What do you remember telling the law enforcement officers at the time?
I remember telling them that I was sleeping and I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything, and I didn't know nothing. That's what I remember saying.
Why were you scared?
Why was I scared? I have been through trauma in my past and around guns and violence and all that stuff. And it just frightened me seeing that.
And you had previously testified that you had, I guess, described the defendant as a gentle giant. Have you ever seen him act in any way, shape, or form consistent with what you observed on the morning of February 5th, 2024?
No, I've never seen him act out of character or anything like that.
Had you ever seen the gun that you observed him take from that drawer on States 114?
Say that one more time.
The gun specifically that that you observed him take from that drawer on States 114, have you ever seen him with that gun before?
No, I've never seen that gun with him before.
And at that point in time, if you started dating him, or you met him in November 2023, did you know him for approximately 4 months?
Approximately, yeah.
Were you still trying to get to know him, or did you feel that you had a good grasp on who he was?
I felt like I had a good grasp on who he was. Yeah.
In the time that you observed him, did you develop feelings for him as it relates to the time period between November and February 2024? Absolutely. Did that come into play as it relates to why you did not tell law enforcement, or was it just that you were scared?
No, it's that.
Was it a combination of things?
It was a combination of both. It was a combination of me caring about him and I didn't want to see him get in trouble. And I've never been in this type of situation in my life before. So I was frightened. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know the right words to say at that time. I didn't.
Now, eventually at some point in time, do you recall someone telling you that someone was dead and that Brenton, the defendant, who you knew as Pressure, was a suspect?
When I was in the interrogation room, I believe at the end of the interrogation room, that's when they mentioned somebody had died and that they believe that he is a suspect.
Do you remember how you reacted after those investigators left the room while you were still in there?
Yeah, I do remember.
What were you doing?
I was crying. I was upset.
Why were you upset?
Because I didn't want to believe it. Like I prayed that night, like, please don't let that be that. Like I prayed that night and I just didn't want that to be the truth. I didn't want that. I didn't know that was happening.
After that, did you tell law enforcement the things that you have testified about that day?
I didn't tell them. I was wrong. I didn't tell them then. I didn't.
Did you stay in the interrogation room or were you allowed to go after you provided your statement at that point in time?
They let me go and they in fact drove me back home, back to 516 Chapel Road.
You got back to 516 Chapel Road, when you went inside, was it similar to the condition that?
Yeah.
Takes 98 to 114?
Yes.
When you got back there, was anyone else inside the house?
Yes.
Who else was inside the house?
The people, the father and the brother.
Without getting into anything that they said, did they have any conversations about what may or may not have transpired?
Honestly, no. They were just giving me a hug and just making sure that I was okay, but nothing really transpired or anything like that.
At what point in time that day if at all, did you see the defendant again?
I believe it was like later that night. Later that night.
Was it early in the night, late at night, was it around dinner time, before dinner time, after dinner time?
It was probably late at night.
Was that the first time that you had seen him since he had kissed your forehead in that morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any communications with him after you had sent him a text about the police being there to the point in time when he returned late at night?
No, sir.
When he returned late at night, did you all have any conversations about what transpired that morning?
Not technically, no.
You say not technically, what do you remember?
I do remember telling him that the guy that I talked to does want to talk to him. So I do know that he did go and talk to him.
Did he substantively talk to you about the events that transpired the morning of February 5th, 2024, or did you all kind of, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, move past it?
It was we did move past it. We did.
And were you all still living in the same residence, staying with him in the same bedroom?
Yes, sir.
To this day, as far as you recall, have you personally had a negative interaction with the defendant?
I've never had a negative interaction with him.
Do you remember meeting with myself, Chief Investigator Long, and Mr. Abadi on Friday?
Yes.
Is that the first time that you had met any of the three of us or anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you given us, had you talked to anyone from the district attorney's office or anyone in law enforcement?
No.
And when you spoke to us, was it at your place, a third-party location, or did you come to the district attorney's office?
I went to the district attorney's office.
How did you know to come to the district attorney's office?
Mr. Long.
Sorry?
Mr. Long, I believe. Yeah.
Did Mr. Long ever reach out to you or any members of your family indicating we were trying to get in communication with you?
I'm sorry. Yes, he did. He reached out to a few of my friends, past residents where I was living. They had called me and told me, hey, you're getting subpoenaed. You need to go. You need to go. And then I called my dad, and my dad was like, yes, I got a call from someone too. And yeah, you need to go see them.
And on Friday, did you come see the three of us?
Absolutely, I did. Yes.
At that point in time, had you told any of us about what you just said?
Yes.
Did you have a phone conversation, or was it in person that you first told the three of us what you have testified to?
It was in person.
Was it in that conference room that we met in?
Yes, it was.
And was that the first time that you had told what you have just been testifying about?
Yes, it is.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I had my brother Eddie with me at the time.
Why did you bring Eddie with you?
Because like I said, I've never been in trouble. I've never been dealing with court or anything like that. And I didn't know anything or what to do. So he was just there for like support.
And did you come here yesterday in anticipation of thinking you would be testifying as you've been doing today?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately get that opportunity to testify yesterday?
I did not.
Were you still out here past 5 o'clock?
I was, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to just go over a few things again with us
Yes.
prior to today?
Yes, I did.
At any point in time between the conversations on Friday and Saturday, or excuse me, yesterday, did you feel pressured or coerced into saying the things or testifying about the things that you testified about?
No, I didn't feel pressured. In fact, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders.
Did anyone suggest anything as far as what you should say, not say, or were you told to just tell us the good, bad, and ugly?
Yeah, no one told me to say anything. I said nothing but the truth, and yeah.
And after giving us, providing us with your statement on Friday, did you also have an opportunity to speak with opposing counsel?
What's an opposing counsel? What is
Did you have
that?
an opportunity to speak with Mr. Bass?
Who's Mr. Bass?
Did someone else, defense attorney, reach out to you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You're fine.
I-
That's okay. I just want to make sure I'm orienting. you
Yeah.
correctly.
Yes.
And did you provide him with the statement that you provided us?
Yes, I did.
Why did you feel the need to provide the full picture of the events that transpired on February 5th?
Okay. I've been wanting to say something, but this has been like, it's been on my mind. It's been on my conscience. And I feel like it's only right. I feel like his family needs justice. I feel like I don't want to like live with this. Me knowing it's what I know and not saying it. I just want to be honest and tell what I know.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I appreciate your time. I have no further questions for the witness.
Mr. Bass?
Yep, I'm going to take it a little backwards, and then I'll start at the beginning. How did you know to present yourself to the district attorney's office on this past Friday? How did you know to be there?
I got a text message.
From who?
Mr. Long.
When did you get that text message?
I believe it was, I don't have my phone. I don't, it was a couple of days ago, before Friday. So maybe Wednesday or Thursday.
Today's Wednesday. You met with the two prosecutors here and other people at the DA's office on Friday. You were told to be there through a text message that same week, the prior week. What's the logistics? How did you know, coordinate to be there, where to go, what time to go?
Okay, I did get an email because they were trying to find me with the subpoena, to hand me my subpoena. They couldn't find me. So I looked at my phone. I had an email. And with the email, there was a number. So I did end up calling that number. And that is how I got the address to meet up with the DA on Friday.
All right, so we heard about a text
Yeah.
and now we're hearing about a phone number.
Yeah. It was a text too. I do have a text from him.
So when was the text? What day?
I think it was Thursday or a Wednesday. It was Wednesday.
So the text was
Sorry.
2 days before you actually met.
Yes, sir.
When was the telephone call?
Wednesday.
Same day as the text?
Yeah.
Okay. When you went to the DA's office, you understood this was a murder investigation.
Absolutely. Yes.
During the testimony of a purported witness in a murder investigation in the DA's office, they knew you were coming. Did you see anybody bothering to record your statement?
To record my statement?
Correct.
I guess there was like a little thing on the laptop that's recording me. Yes.
So there was something on the laptop recording you.
Yes.
When you were chained to the desk in the police station, when you gave the first statement, that's completely opposite of this.
Absolutely.
They were recording it, correct?
Absolutely.
And you knew it.
Yeah.
And at the DA's office, they were recording it as well.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes.
Who was asking the questions in the DA's office?
I forgot their names and I'm so sorry, but
Somebody other than the two people here?
Mr. Long and them too as well. Yes.
So everybody was taking turns asking you questions?
Yes, sir.
Were they taking notes at the time?
Yes, sir.
Everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Were you handcuffed at the time
At the time of
when you were at the DA's office?
no, sir.
Where was your brother during your testimony in the DA's office?
He was right beside me.
Okay, so he's actually in the room with you.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever say anything? Okay.
Was that a no?
Yeah. No.
You said that You were scared on February 5th, 2024. Pulled the sheet covers over your head.
Yeah.
Saw the fight outside.
Yes, sir.
SWAT comes in to the apartment. You're asleep when SWAT comes in. You're afraid and scared. But your father, who was here today, you did not leave and go somewhere else. You stayed in that house, correct?
I did.
For how long did you stay in the house after February 5, 2024?
For about 3 months.
3 months. So you're scared, but still staying there.
Absolutely.
Britton has been arrested already.
Absolutely.
He's in custody at the Fulton County Jail, correct?
Correct.
He is not there to threaten you, harass you, or intimidate you, correct?
Correct.
But you chose to stay.
I had nowhere else to go. So yeah,
You had nowhere else to go.
exactly.
All right. And when Britton was in custody at the Fulton County Jail, you maintained contact with him by calling him at the jail and also putting money on his books at the jail, correct?
Correct.
And this weighed on your conscience so much that you never spoke to him about it, never questioned him about it, never brought it up, correct?
So no argumentative questions. You can ask what you want, argue to the jury, not the witness.
Thank you.
Now I'll go in order. You stated the reason for you coming to Georgia was because you wanted a change and wanted to pursue your music career, correct?
Correct.
You didn't mention the situation with your little sister becoming pregnant because of your boyfriend, correct?
Yeah, I didn't mention that. That happened like 5 years ago. But yeah,
And when Brenton told you from the jail that he wanted you to leave and that he was with his now fiance who was here, you got upset. You left, but you got upset, correct?
incorrect.
You were happy that he was putting you out for another woman?
He never put me out for another woman. That didn't happen, sir.
Okay, so when you found out about his new girlfriend, you left on your own?
There was no new girlfriend when we were still talking with each other. No, I didn't know about a new girlfriend.
You knew Brenton Dennis well when you were speaking to Detective Stansel chained to the desk in the police department, correct?
Yeah, from what I got from living with him and knowing him from the past 4 months, yes.
But you did not even know his name, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you had just moved into the house the week before, correct?
Yes.
So these emotions and connections, correct me if I have the time frame wrong, were derived during that 1 week interval with a person whose name you did not know until told by the police.
Okay, say that again.
You didn't know his name till you were told by the police, correct?
Correct. I just known him as Pressure or P at that time.
On the tablet, the surveillance tablet about this size that was on the TV stand where you're watching the fight, it's divided into 4 sections, correct?
Yes.
One section has nothing to do with outside, it's to the back, correct?
Correct.
2 other cameras have nothing to do to the area where the fight was. It's just one section of something this big you were looking at, correct?
I was looking at all 4 of the cameras. I mean, my eyes didn't just go to one little bit. It's all 4. I'm looking at all of them.
So of the 4 sections of the screen about this size, you're in bed, you're on NyQuil, you're half asleep, you're looking at 4 sections, 3, correct me if I'm wrong, have nothing to do with this incident, but you're looking at everything. You are certain about what you saw on the one image, correct?
Oh, correct.
All right. And at no point in time did you see, let me rephrase, what was Timothy wearing on February 5, 2024?
Which Timothy?
The brother, Timothy Jr.
I'm not sure. I don't really remember.
Any idea?
Shorts and a shirt, I guess.
It was cold outside.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't
Is there a
know. I
question?
don't know what he was wearing.
You don't know what he was wearing.
Absolutely don't remember.
What was Brenton Dennis wearing?
I still don't remember.
He was in bed with you, got up, came back at some point. You say he got a gun, you say he kissed you, but at no point in time can you remember what he was wearing.
Maybe a shorts. If he was in bed, yeah, shorts. But like I said, I
Did
can't
he
recall.
leave for the last time still wearing the same shorts?
No, he didn't.
What did he put on his lower half of his body?
His work clothes.
Describe them.
He works in a factory, so just regular sweats or pants or in a t-shirt.
What color was the t-shirt?
I can't remember.
What color were the pants?
I can't remember.
What color was Timothy Jr.'s shirt and jacket?
I don't recall.
What color was Timothy Jr.'s pants?
I don't recall.
How many times did the man who you did not know at the time, how many times did he strike Brenton Dennis during this fight?
I didn't see all of that.
How many times did Brenton Dennis strike the individual you do not know during this fight?
I'm not sure.
How many times did Timothy Jr. strike the man who was breaking into Brenton Dennis's car?
He didn't strike
How do you know?
because he wasn't involved in it.
How do you know?
From what the looks of it, he's a kid. I'm sure he's not going to get involved in a grown
How
man.
do you know?
Because from what I've seen, he was on the phone with what I witnessed him being. He was on the phone with the police.
Am I correct in your testimony shortly before where we are now that you
Right.
did not see everything?
Right, I didn't see everything.
So is it fair to say you don't know what happened when you're not seeing something?
I mean, yeah, that's fair to say that. That is true.
How old would you say Timothy Jr. was at the time of this situation?
He was 16.
How tall?
I guess taller than me. I'm
6-ish feet?
I said he was 16. Yeah. I'm not, I don't know. I don't remember how tall he was.
How tall are you?
5'4".
Okay, so we know he's taller than 5'4".
Yeah.
Is he shorter than Mr. Dennis?
No. I mean, yeah, he's shorter than Mr. Dennis. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
6 foot is about accurate.
I don't want to be wrong, but I guess so, yeah.
Did you hear Timothy Jr. on the phone calling police to alert them that Brenton and the other individual were fighting? Brenton had caught the guy breaking into his car, called 911.
I did hear him. Yes.
So you can confirm that a 911 call was placed, correct?
Yes.
Is the layout of the street, Chapel Road, consistent with, to my knowledge, most streets in America, where you have street numbers on one side of the street that are even, street numbers on the other side of the street that are odd, and if you're traveling looking for a certain number, you first look to see which side is even. And then if you're looking for a specific number, you go up or down depending upon the numbers. If you're looking for house 218 and you're at 212, you know you have to continue going, get a few more houses. If you're at 211, you know.
Judge,
you
I'm
have
just
to
gonna
get to the other
object.
Right, let's
side.
just see if that's a long explanation. Let's see if she understands,
I don't understand.
because it was too long.
Judge, can I get a 5-minute break?
Yep, we're gonna take a break right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on one second, and let me do two things, and we will do that break. Please, during the break, don't talk about the case. If he needs at least 5 minutes, which we're gonna give him You all can take a break. If it was gonna be 1 second, we'd do that, but let's all go, into your room, the hallway back there. Don't talk about the case. We'll get you back out here shortly.
All right, Jared. All right, Jared.
Mr. Rao, anything, or Mr. Bodizader, Mr. Rao, anything before we take a quick break? Mr. Bass?
Nope.
Okay. Where is Ms. Davis gonna go? And I want some people to stay in the room if she's going somewhere. So you manage that, but if Ms. Davis is gonna step outside, just one half of the room doesn't need to go outside.
So I'll have my investigators sort of sort her out. We will not talk to her about her testimony.
I'm not worried about that. That's not gonna happen. But if you guys would just get with Ms. Davis and then bring her back in when Mr. Rao gives you the signal. Great. If you'll go with that gentleman right there. Thank you.
I can go. Go on. Hey, oh, I see. Turn. Go. Look straight ahead, the judge, sir.
Right here, Mr. Dennis, you heard what he said. Don't mess this up, okay? We can go forward with you back there if you aren't gonna do what the deputy says. All right, let's get him back there during the break. All right, you guys are good to go if you want to take the break as well. Is Deputy Gordon getting Mr. Dennis?
Ted Griffin is.
Oh, even better. All right. I didn't see who went through there.
It was over just, and you had your head on swivel, I could tell.
I got him. There he is. Thank you, LT. All right, let's go back on the record in State versus Dennis. Mr. Bass, anything before we bring the jury back in?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rao, anything before we bring the jury back in? All right, let's bring them back in, please.
Sir. I didn't. All right, the jury.
Eagle 6.
The panel jurors are present, counsel.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Well,
All right, everyone else can be seated. Welcome back. We are in the midst of the cross-examination of Ms. Davis. Mr. Bass,
Thank you, Judge.
back to you.
At some point, the morning of February 5, 2024, were you placed in handcuffs by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Were you put into a patrol car with a female police officer and taken to a location by the Atlanta Police?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna play for you. Did you know your conversation with the police officer was recorded while you were in the transport vehicle?
No.
All right. What I'm about to play for you has been given to me in discovery. The DA's office knows about it. They gave it to me.
Okay.
I'm not playing everything for several reasons, discovery, everything, but I can't, because of rules of evidence, play everything and it'd be long and boring. So I'll play what's important. So I've moved forward to 19 minutes of your being in the police car.
Just for foundational purposes, just for what is being introduced for.
Right. Walk me through your theory of the rules of evidence as to how you could play something that the jurors will hear, which is different from saying, take a look at this document and does this refresh your recollection? So first, what's the purpose?
Ms. Davis has stated she did not.
I don't want you to get into what you think she said. Tell me what the purpose is. Is this
Impeachment.
impeachment? Okay. And have you shared with Mr. Rao the segment that you're about to play so he knows what the subject is? Because of course the state's free to say that's not impeaching, that's whatever it is.
You guys are fine.
So I have two questions now. One, Mr. Rao, based on what Mr. Bass shared with you, do you think that we're in an impeachment space?
No, I think there's a potential to get there if the foundation has been laid.
Okay, so that gets to my question for you, Mr. Bass.
Understood.
The way it's going to work in here, and I think it's consistent with the rules of evidence, would be that you would present to Ms. Davis what you think she may have said on a different occasion that in your mind, and maybe everyone else's, is inconsistent with something that Ms. Davis may have said today. And if she acknowledges that she said it, there is not a proper basis for you to play anything that the jury would hear. If she denies it, then we may be in the space where you could press play at minute 19. But you certainly need to lay that foundation before we get to an impeachment space.
Before you were shackled to the desk in the cubicle where you were interviewed, you walked from the patrol car inside the building. As you were entering the building, I heard on the recording radio traffic from the
I'm
police
gonna
officer's
So
radio.
stop, don't.
Did you hear? Okay.
You're not gonna get into the content of the radio traffic, just that there was radio traffic?
Yes.
Because if it's not what she said, then it's definitely hearsay.
No, I'm gonna ask if you heard the radio traffic. If she says yes, then I will go into what was it and how it contradicts what her testimony was.
So radio traffic of something that Miss Davis said? Because I'm gonna make this up, but if Officer Smith on radio traffic is saying he wasn't wearing shorts, he was wearing long pants, you need Officer Smith to get into that and not Miss Davis. So unless it's her voice on the radio traffic, which would be peculiar because she's walking into the police building.
It's my understanding that if a witness says they did not appreciate the seriousness of a certain act or understand what it meant, and they're hearing broadcast exactly that, a definition of the act, then I would ask, why are you saying you did not know it was X when I'm hearing and you're there at the same time, it's broadcast that it's X.
Mr. Rao?
So I used to speaking objections, but with respect to what was said, I think she would have had to make a statement saying whether or not she heard that, and that statement needs to be reflected in the body camera and confirming that she heard something or did not hear something in order for it to be impeachment purposes.
Okay, how about this? I'm comfortable with this kind of question. I don't know the specifics of what you're contending was on radio traffic. So we're far, far away from something Ms. Davis said. We're now talking about what some unnamed, unknown, probably knowable, but not known to us, law enforcement person said over the radio that you could hear when listening to presumably the body cam of the officer escorting Ms. Davis into the police building. I'll permit you to ask Ms. Davis, did you hear anyone talking about the type of charges that were involved in the investigation that you were a part of?
Thank you. As you were walking into the police station, could you hear the officer with you, what was being said on her radio?
I wasn't paying attention to what she was saying, so I don't recall.
So if the word homicide was used, you're saying today you didn't hear or didn't understand or weren't paying attention to the word homicide prior.
Exactly. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything on her radio.
You're good. We've covered that topic, and a reminder, questions are not evidence, only answers are. So if a question says, did you hear the phrase Robert McBurney did it? That doesn't mean anyone ever said Robert McBurney did it. The evidence you have is the witness's answer, and her answer was whatever you recall it to be. Mr. Bass, back to you.
During your roughly, how long were you at the police station? More than an hour?
Yes, more than an hour.
And your left leg was hanging to the desk the entire time, correct?
I believe it was my left, yes.
And your testimony on direct examination was that you cannot recall the gender or number of police officers that were in the room with you for the over 1 hour period of time of your interrogation at the police station, correct?
Yes, I know that there was 2, but maybe 3. That's why I didn't want to be, it was 2 in there at first, but then I think a 3rd person came in. I don't remember if it was females or male. I know one of them was a male. I can't remember if the other were male or females.
Okay. So the details elude you. You don't know whether it was male or female or how many.
You've covered that.
This was how long after the event that you found so startling that you're at the police station?
Can you say that again?
How long after the event that you said you were scared, how long after that did you find yourself shackled to a desk at the police station? How much time transpired?
I'm not sure. I was scared the whole entire time.
For what?
Was scared the whole time. So I don't know what you're trying to say. Sorry.
You recall what you said.
I recall what I said.
You recall coughing consistently throughout the entire over 1 hour period of time.
Yes, I was sick.
You recall holding your throat the entire time.
Yes,
You recall asking the police officers for tea, water, and the like.
I do.
And because you were sick, you were taking NyQuil, correct?
Correct.
Which we see on the exhibits from the state. NyQuil right on the desk, correct?
Yeah, correct.
You admit that when SWAT came, you were still asleep when they came in. You didn't hear them knocking.
Wait, I didn't hear them knocking at first. When they were in the back, when they were knocking on the back door, banging on the back door, I guess they were like coming in. I heard that. I got up and seen that. I opened the door and they were right there.
So as they were breaching, you woke up.
Yeah.
Had your headphones on?
I did.
Had your
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Headphones or earplugs?
They're earplugs. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
The-
Earplugs.
These are the things you said you got from work.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You put them in your ears and it helps you sleep.
Same things you had on prior to the police getting there.
Yeah.
Same earplugs you had on prior to seeing the fight on the screen.
I didn't have them in when I was seeing that on the screen, but yeah.
At some point before you retired for bed that morning, the night before, did you put the earplugs in?
After him leaving and me hearing what I heard, I put my earplugs back in. Yes, the dogs were barking, going crazy. I was like, yeah, I put them back in to go to bed.
When you went to sleep the night before, did you have your earplugs in?
Not really. No, not really. I
I don't
didn't,
remember.
because I know I didn't have them in.
You specifically can recall not having earplugs.
Asked and answered. Next question.
Do you recall the time you put them back in your ear for the first time on February 5, 2024?
Yes, I can recall. After he left and said he was going to work, my earplugs are in and I'm sleeping.
Were you scared, alarmed, or concerned enough, having witnessed the scene you described? Were you concerned, alarmed enough to call anybody, your parents, your friends, your brother, anybody?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you call anyone after you saw what you claimed to have seen and after you heard what you claimed to have heard?
Yeah, I mean, months later, but not that day, not that week, no. But yeah, I did eventually.
Months later.
Maybe like 2 months later, I talked to my family about what I was going through and what's going on. And yeah,
Were you back at your family or still in Georgia?
I'm still in Georgia. I'm here by myself, by the way. My family lives in Kentucky, so I'm here by myself.
How long after February 5, 2024, what period of time were you still communicating with Britt and Dennis at the jail?
We were communicating up, and I believe until like October-ish. Yeah.
Did what you saw and what you heard ever come up at any point in time prior to today?
No.
When you were presented photograph, or prior to being presented the photograph of weapons and shown weapons at the district attorney's office, did they do what is customary and simply ask you to describe the gun you claim to have seen?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I seen a small gun, and they asked me, okay, well, they showed me some pictures of small guns, and I was able to point out which one.
Did they ask you to describe the gun based upon your own recollection, or did they show you different weapons and point? Was it this? Was it this? Was it this?
No, like basically describe the gun, and then when I kind of described that it was small, I still don't know really much about the gun, so he got the pictures for me, and I was able to point out which one it was.
correct me if I'm wrong, but small gun is a two-element description. It's a weapon, a gun, and it's small. Is that all you said about it?
Yes,
Okay, nothing about color?
I couldn't see a color.
So
Well, couldn't really get a good look. I just, yeah, I just,
could you
knew it was a
tell
gun.
the barrel length of the gun?
the barrel length,
Correct,
like how big,
correct.
like a small gun, like can
That
fit in your
the-
hand.
Can you hold your hand up again?
Like that.
So you're describing the total length of the gun, the entire gun
Like a,
being, what in inches are you saying that is?
I don't, it's like the gun was small. Like it's not a big gun. It didn't have an extra clip or anything like that. It was a small gun. Like it could fit in your hand.
Can you tell if it had a loading mechanism from the bottom, like
I didn't get it.
it was a clip? Or
Yeah.
can you tell if it was a circular cylinder on the end? You were on NyQuil in the bed.
So you
Right.
just asked your question, don't argue your question.
Thank you. Right. I just got a glimpse of a small gun. That's all I was able to see. It's a small gun. Yes.
And when Brenton was leaving, he put the gun in a bag in his waistband. What did he do?
I didn't see where he did with the gun. He didn't come back in with a gun.
So if he got the gun and was leaving, you don't know where he put it.
No, I don't.
Based upon your observations of the scene at the time, could he have put the gun in the Escalade?
An objective.
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
it's okay. No speculative questions.
At any point in time, did you see Brenton Dennis and Timothy Senior, or Brenton Dennis and Timothy Junior, or Timothy Senior and Timothy Junior pick up a man and carry him?
No, I didn't.
When you saw the fight, had you heard any gunshots during the time frame of the fight that you witnessed?
Can you say that again so I can, I'm sorry.
You said you saw a fight.
Yeah.
Fight being fists being thrown. Is that what you witnessed?
Yes.
At the time you saw fists being exchanged, did you hear gunshots?
Not at that time. No.
There was a time period between the fight you saw and went back to bed and when you heard gunshots.
It was some distance. Yeah.
Did you see who fired the shots?
I did not. No.
Did you see what gun the shots came from?
I did not.
Did you see where any individual would have been when he was struck, if he was struck at all?
Absolutely not.
Would it surprise you to know, to my knowledge,
So don't answer the question until it's fully asked and I say it's okay to answer, okay? So let's listen to the question, but please don't answer until he's finished his question.
Okay.
would it surprise you to know that, to my knowledge, not a drop of blood has been found in the area where you said the fight occurred?
So you don't need to answer that question. Next question.
Did you ever see blood in the area where you said the fight occurred?
No, I didn't.
On the side of the street where the house belonging to Timothy Senior, his house, 516 Chapel, on that side of the road, are the numbers even?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. Are the numbers even?
I'll rephrase. Do you know the people who live in the house across the street in the house number 511?
No, I do not.
Directly across the street, 513.
No, I do not.
3 houses over, 509.
Do you know anyone on the street other than the people you knew in 516?
Right. I've only been living there a week and a half. I do not know anybody on that street at all.
Have the DA's office, Detective Stansfield, or anyone told you about an individual named Sal Hymes who lives at 503 Chapel Road?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, 503 is not across the street, correct? From 516.
I don't know. I don't know.
One moment, Jeff. On the nothing.
Mr. Rao, any redirect?
Very brief. Ms. Davis, no one is saying that you saw who shot the victim in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
You didn't actually see that.
No, I'd never seen that. I never seen no one get shot.
And other than the things that you saw and heard and observed,
Yeah.
those are the only things that you can testify to.
Correct.
Now, to be clear, these are not things that you told law enforcement at the time that they asked you for a statement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why is it that you're saying this now?
The truth needs to be said.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Bass, anything else for Ms. Davis?
No, Judge.
Okay, jurors, any questions for Ms. Davis? You'll pass them forward, get them collected. You're almost done. Thank you, sir. Counsel, see you for a quick second. Ms. Davis will be right back.
Yes, sir.
United City Court come to order.
Ms. Davis, a few more questions.
Okay.
Tell the jury, please, how many gunshots you remember hearing that morning?
That morning, I remember hearing 2 gunshots.
And if you are able to, would you describe the gunshots as being close to where you were, further away, or that's not something you can do?
It kind of was like, it sounded further away. It didn't
Further
sound
away than what?
than like right out front. Like it didn't sound like it happened. It didn't sound like it was in the front yard or anything. It sounded like a distance.
Okay. Speaking of the front yard, can you share with the jury what the lighting was like out in the front yard? Because you mentioned you came outside and had a brief interaction. They said, go back inside.
Yeah.
What's the lighting like out there?
The lighting, it's a street light out there. So the street light was out there.
Is it the orange kind of street light or
Yeah.
it's the green kind of?
It's
street?
the orange kind of street.
Okay, so there was light, this was orange light.
Yeah, of
Got it.
course. Yes.
The monitor in the bedroom
Mhm.
that had the 4 different camera angles on it, did it have sound also or just video?
It just was video.
Tell the jurors what the dogs were doing while the fight was happening and then later when the gunshots happened.
The dogs were barking. And it's like if one dog barks, they're all going to start barking. So they were barking.
It's a symphony.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many of the dogs of the 7 would have been in the room where you were?
2 at that time.
Okay. When you went outside to follow Mr. Dennis, that follows the wrong way, but you went out there at one point. You said there was another person from the household there, not just the guy lying down, but another person from the household. Tim Sr., Tim Jr.
Junior.
And that's the 16-year-old.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to the person who you saw laying on the ground when you went outside after you went back inside?
No, I don't know what happened, honestly.
Can you tell the jurors why it was you ultimately left 516? You said you lived there for a while longer after this, but you don't live there now.
Right.
What was the reason or what were the reasons why you stopped living at 516?
Okay. The reason why I stopped living at 516 is because I finally had enough money to get out and get on my own. That's why.
Okay. Mr. Rao, do you have any questions based on that exchange?
Sure.
Mr. Bass?
No, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Davis, thank you for being here. You are free to go. You can leave that picture right there.
Thank
can
you.
Step down and head on out.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
The state's next witness is?
Deputy Chief Antonio Long.
Good afternoon, sir. How you doing? I think you know the routine. Let's get you sworn in.
Do you swear on affirmative testimony, you say yes, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall help you God? I do. You can take a seat. For the record, state your full name and spell it.
Antonio Long, Antonio, last name Long, Long.
Long, Can you tell the jurors where you're currently employed?
With the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been with Fulton County DA's office?
That's my second tour of duty, about 5 years the second time.
First tour?
6.5, 7 years.
What is your job duties with the Fulton County DA's office?
I'm the Deputy Chief of Major Crimes, and I supervise the investigators in the homicide unit, gang unit, capital cases, cold cases, white collar, cybercrime, civil, and asset forfeiture.
What is the distinction between an investigator that works with within the district in general, as well, in addition to an investigator that works with a police department?
The primary difference of the investigators in the district attorney's office, our job is to assist the prosecutors in getting the cases ready for trial. So we assist with subpoenaing witnesses, locating witnesses, making sure the evidence is there, making sure the attorney has the witness information they need to. We coordinate with the investigators on the case, officers on the case, and we help get the case from probable cause to ready for prosecution.
And in the time that you've been an investigator working with attorneys in preparation for trial, was it more standard operating procedure or normal practice of business to interview witnesses that provided statements to law enforcement during their investigation?
It is the course of our duty to sit with attorneys as they interview witnesses, primarily as attorneys interview witnesses just in case there's witness said something or the witness changes their statement. The attorney can't get on the stand and testify, so they have to put the investigator on the stand to testify what was said in the actual hearing, the actual interview.
Towards duty, office, is it always easy to find witnesses or get them to cooperate, at least in terms of getting an opportunity to speak with them?
It's not easy at all. That's primarily what we do is locate witnesses. Just like with anything, nobody wants to get in front, get on the stand and testify. And so a lot of people are afraid to talk to us. So we typically have to track them down, locate them, and then build rapport with them to get them in to testify.
Now, in preparation for this particular case for trial, were you specifically tasked with contacting, reaching out to, and subpoenaing a Chelsea Davis?
I was.
How would you describe your efforts to make contact with her to let her know that someone from the district attorney's office would like to engage in a pretrial interview?
I begin by typically get the information, get the request, trying to identify what this person brings to the table in reference to what was their testimony, who they are, where were they at the time, and finding out any information that helps me identify her. Then we begin to look at open source investigations. Is there anything on social media, from a driver's license, anything out there that can help me identify the way she was. In this particular case, I end up tracking her driver's license and went to her place of residence that she had listed on the driver's license. There was a roommate there that I left a business card. She called me back. And then when I started talking to the roommate, she didn't have any contact information for her. But I began to ask those questions. Who did she hang with? Who were mom and them? Where did she go to school? That type of information, which led me getting to her sister and to her father. Then I was able to get in touch with the father, talk to dad. Dad had his own concerns because he's in another state, she's here. And then from dad to dad, I was able to connect, build that rapport. And then he reached out to her brother, and then her brother contacted me.
When did her brother reach out to you?
Her brother reached out to me, I believe it was Wednesday, the 16th of last week.
And were you able to secure his cooperation, at least in terms of getting her notice that we were trying to reach out to her?
I did. He contacted me Wednesday, and he tried to set up some parameters about her coming in. And he expressed concerns and why she had concerns about coming in. I assured him that our goal at this point in time was to get the truth of the matter, find out what happened, what she knew. We didn't know what she was going to say, how cooperative she was going to be. And then I basically set up a time that worked for them and got them to come in on that Friday, the Wednesday after that Friday.
And last Friday, you were present alongside Mr. Body and myself in getting an opportunity to speak to her for the first time.
I was.
And during the course of that statement that she provided to us, had anyone from, to your knowledge, based on what she said, knew anything in terms of the substance of what she was going to say on that day?
We did not.
And typically, when we go out on witness interviews, either on the street, in the field, or at the office, is it consistent practice for us to record it?
It is not consistent practice for us to record it, but that's part of building that rapport. A lot of people, we make them nervous when we start recording. We don't function quite like the police department. Even though we have an investigative arm to the district attorney's office, our job is to talk to the witness, get the truth of the matter, make them feel comfortable, and then proceed from there. So we typically don't record.
Outside of securing cooperation agreements with co-defendants or co-conspirators, do we typically record any interviews that are conducted pre-trial?
Outside of that, we don't, not unless we're doing a proffer or something with co-defendant, just as you said.
What is the proffer, just for the jury's edification?
Basically, a proffer is this person has some information and they want to talk to us about this information without us using that information against them. And so they'll have a proffer and then we'll record it. We'll see what information they provide for us. And then the attorneys can make a decision on which way they want to move forward based upon the information that was provided to us.
And with respect to our meeting with Ms. Davis on Friday, was it in fact recorded?
It was not recorded.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Bass, do you have any questions for Investigator Long?
Yes. Is it not true that you were only here testifying because I brought up the fact in cross-examination of Ms. Davis that the interview was not recorded? And you're here to justify the fact that it was not recorded?
I'm not object to argumentative.
Did you understand the question?
I was going to answer. I don't know if I'm answering what it is.
Why don't you ask it? I understand what you're exploring. I'll let you do that.
Thank you. Did either of the prosecutors tell you we need you to explain why we did not record the interview?
The prosecutor wanted me to explain the process so the jury would be clear about the process of why we do or why we don't do what we do.
You are post-certified, correct?
I am.
How many witness interviews have you done in this Fulton County DA's office?
I don't know. It's a bunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're aware of how many different recording devices that are available in the DA's office?
We don't have a lot of devices, be honest, because we don't do a lot of recording. That's like I said, we operate a little different than a traditional agency. So our primary goal is not to record as such if I was a detective with another agency.
You have a cell phone
I do have a cell phone.
and record with it,
It
correct?
does record.
Easy to do.
It is.
You have cameras,
What do you mean by do we have cameras?
tripod, camera on the tripod, focus on the person speaking, record the person.
We don't have cameras, but we don't. Now, we may have some, our marketing team may have some, but investigators don't.
You said the marketing team?
Well, yeah, I would call the marketing team. They handle our graphics, that kind of stuff. Mhm.
To you, is a homicide investigation serious?
It is.
When you have what you say is a reluctant witness,
Mhm.
is it fair to say you don't know what the witness is going to say?
That is fair.
Is it fair to say in a homicide investigation, which is serious, when you have a reluctant witness who you don't know what they're going to say, you don't know if impeachment is going to be necessary at trial, correct?
Right.
What is the best way to impeach somebody with recorded statement or with a statement that has not been recorded?
It just depends on the situation.
Is it ever better to have a statement that's not
Object to
recorded?
argumentative.
Right, and you can share your perspective on this with the jury at the appropriate time.
Are you aware of the rules of evidence and discovery?
I'm not an attorney. I know it from an investigator standpoint.
In your office seminars, in your office retreats, have you been told by the powers that be, we are not going to record because if we record, we then have to turn it over to defense? Is that your policy?
No, that's not our policy.
Hold on. Did you ever go to the scene of 516 Chapel Road?
I did.
Did you ever go across the street, directly across the street to the two individuals, elderly black male, elderly black woman who live directly across the street at 513 Chapel Road?
I did not.
Did you ever go one house down, 511 at Chapel Road?
I stopped by 511, but I mainly went to 503 and viewed 516.
Okay, so 516 across the street, and then several houses down, you spoke to Mr. Jaimes, correct?
Yes, all. Yes.
When did you speak with him?
It would have been around midweek last week.
That was the first time?
That was my first time.
And he does in fact live at 503 Chapel Road, correct?
He does.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything more from the state?
Very briefly, Judge. When we spoke with Ms. Davis on Friday, were you aware that Mr. Abadi called Mr. Bass, opposing counsel, and told him exactly what Ms. Davis told us?
I was.
Are you aware that Mr. Bass then called Ms. Davis? She told him what she told us.
I was.
And were you provided or are you aware of a recording between Mr. Bass and Mr. Saul Jaime? That an interview that the defense conducted with that witness? Are you aware of any recording that was provided to us?
I'm not aware of any recording.
That there was no recording?
It is possible.
And were you provided with a recording between Mr. Bass and Ms. Davis during that phone call, recording the contents of that phone call? Are you aware of any recording that was provided to the district attorney's office?
I am not.
Would that be something that you would know as the investigator assigned to the prosecution of this case?
If they recorded it and they turned it over to you all, then you all would have let me know.
To your knowledge, does the defense also have discovery obligations?
To my knowledge, yes.
So, hypothetically speaking, you would expect if a recording to exist, that would have been turned over to the district attorney's office.
I would expect both ways. If we recorded, we would have turned it over, and if they recorded, they would have turned it over.
To your knowledge, no recordings were ever turned over by either side.
That's correct.
With respect to Ms. Davis.
That's correct.
Hold on, Mr. Bass, hold on.
Last question. That interview with Mr. Jaime. Mr. Jaime, did we interview him at his house, at his residence, or somewhere else?
We interviewed him at his house in his front yard.
Anyone else present other than you, myself, and Mr. Abadi?
No, it was early in the morning. Nobody was outside. He was actually in the car, and he got out and talked to us.
Residence that he was staying at, where is that in reference to 516 Chapel Road?
It is across the street. It's not directly across the street, but you can clearly see, if I was standing at 503, you can see 516 to my right. Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bass.
Are you wrong about there being no recordings of statements of Chelsea Davis?
The only thing I know, there's no recordings that I participated in with the two prosecutors.
Are you aware that I have the recording of her first interview where she was shackled to the desk at the police station for an hour? I have that.
Yeah, I would imagine so. That was turned over in discovery.
Are you aware that I have her second interview at the police station where Detective Stansel comes back into the room? She's still shackled. They've turned that over. They recorded it and turned it over.
Yeah, that was part of the discovery, yes.
Are you aware that I have the body cam footage where Ms. Davis was in the car, handcuffs, back of the car behind the partition, on the way to the police station, being surreptitiously recorded? I have that.
I understand you have all of the discovery video that was turned over to you.
Are you aware that I have the body cam footage of the officers who responded to the scene?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that I have the photographs of the body of the deceased, Mr. Skelton?
I'm aware. If it was turned over in discovery, I'm aware.
The only thing I don't have are the statements that your office did, correct?
That's a mischaracterization of the evidence. He does have it because it was provided to him from Mr. Abadi. So that's,
How long was the interview in your office with Ms. Davis?
I would imagine maybe about an hour, hour and a half.
If ADA Abadi calls me on the phone for 3 minutes, tells me what was said in a over 1 hour interview, is it scientifically impossible unless he speaks fast?
one, counsel is testifying.
Right,
about
and
facts
it's
and
argumentative, so something different.
Are you aware that the length of my conversation with Mr. Abadi was 3 minutes?
I am now that you told me.
Would you change?
So that's not evidence. He says it's 3 minutes. Do you have any notion of how long the phone conversation between Mr. Bass and Mr. Abate was?
I don't.
Okay, so it's not necessarily 3 minutes.
Nothing further.
All right, jurors, questions for Investigator Long? None? Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Judge.
Next witness.
They recall Detective Desiree Holst.
Okay, good, raise your right hand. So I found that testimony you'll be able to just truth, tell the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Can you state your statement for the record?
Yes, my name is Desiree Hulse Stewart. That's Desire, last name Hulse hyphen Stewart.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed?
I am a detective with the Atlanta Police Department's Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked with the Atlanta Police Department?
For sworn since June 2016.
And you specifically assigned to the homicide unit. How long have you worked with homicide?
Since April of 2022.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in your time in working with homicide, is it common practice for you to assist other detectives who are the lead detectives for any specific homicide case?
Yes, that is correct. We assist in any way that we can.
And without being repetitive, as we heard from other detectives, have you received similar training as your colleagues, Detective Churchill?
That is affirmed.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, do you work, or back in February of 2024, did you work in the unit with Detective Stansel?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors back on February 5th, 2024, did you respond to or did you get a call about coming to the area of 564 Chapel Road?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell the jurors that that address here in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And can you kind of explain to the jurors why were you requested to come out to the area of the 500 block of Chapel Road?
So we received, the homicide unit is notified when there is somebody who has passed away. Whenever there's a death that needs to be investigated, they call and notify us that that's what the zone police have on the scene. Being that I was on duty that day watch, I went to assist with the crime scene itself.
And can you explain to the jurors, when you arrived, was the lead detective who was assigned to the case, Detective Stansel, present?
When I arrived, he was not there at that moment because we have a rotation. So with him being evening watch at that time as well, he had to be called in, which means he would be coming from home or wherever he was at that time that he received information.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you arrive with other members of the homicide unit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was Detective Churchill, Detective Hogan, were they members of your unit who came along?
Yes, that is correct.
And can you tell the jurors, when you got to the area of the field located off of Chapel Road,
Mhm.
what were some of the first things that you did?
So even with my scenes as well, main thing is to walk the scene, learn what you have. Being an assistant on the scene, my focus was to see if there were any surveillance footage, cameras, canvas for any witnesses, things that I can assist until the primary investigator arrives.
And as you were canvassing and assisting on the scene, like as you just described, while present, did you continue to walk towards, I guess, up Chapel Road towards 516 Chapel?
That is correct.
And can you kind of explain to the jurors how 516 Chapel Road, that address, that home, became a focus or relevant to your investigation?
So in receiving the information, I also spoke to the primary officer, which we are briefed by what they have on scene, what they learned so far. So in this, we learned that there were multiple calls that came into the area describing back-to-back calls in which there were about 4 911 calls that came in. So in that, I'm able to see the pending, which is what we can see all the calls that's in the city, focusing on the zone that we're in. Looking there, I saw, okay, there were calls coming in on Chapel Road starting at approximately 6:03. The next describing like a vehicle broken into. So we received remarks on that and additional calls came in approximately 6:30. The next call is at about 7:38. And then in the remarks of that call, they put 2 calls together, being that it was pertaining to the same situation. There was a call that came in about 7:47 a.m.
Okay. And when you, I guess, your focus shifted towards the 516 Chapel Road address,
Yes.
do you recall if there was a black Escalade in the driveway?
There was no black Escalade in the driveway.
And can you tell the jurors, did you speak to any neighbors within the area of 516 Chapel Road?
Yes, I did. I spoke to a gentleman who lived across the street from that location.
Okay. And was that gentleman's name Saul James or Saul Hyman?
Yes, I received, in asking for his name, he provided me with Saul.
Okay. And did you also, I guess, can you tell the jurors, while you were at the 516 Chapel Road address, I guess kind of explain to the jurors what you did while you were there, and if anything while being in that vicinity caught your attention as it relates to your investigation?
So taking into account the 911 calls and trying to deciphering what was relevant to what we had on the scene, I was at 516, in which I was also directed walking through with officers where there was a call that came from that location describing of like mentioning of a black Escalade, looking for that vehicle, did not see it. Focusing on what was relevant about the location. I also observed spots of blood, and while at that location, I was with officers. We were banging on the door to have somebody answer because surveillance footage, like cameras, were outside of that location. Canvassing the area, there were no cameras that caught like the field and talking to the service station, those at the service station. So we were trying to, one, collect cameras and then also seeing the blood spots and referring back to the details of the call that came in.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you noticed, I guess, the cameras on, I guess, the home of 516 Chapel Road, kind of what your next steps were in relation to assisting Detective Stansel and the other members of your team?
Yes, so while at that location and knocking on the door, I could see through the front window that there was like a screen that was like lighting up where it seemed like the TV was on, not really knowing, couldn't see what was on the screen. So in that, I notified Detective Stansel that there are cameras there in which to see, with nobody answering, and to see that this house may be involved in the situation that has happened. It was best that we get the search warrant so that we can enter in the home to receive the DVR system, or however, to receive video footage of what may have occurred if the cameras had caught it.
Okay. And while present on the scene, was a search warrant eventually executed in relation to the cameras you just described?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, once you were able to enter into 516 Chapel Road, what you were able to determine as it relates to the cameras with the video surveillance system?
We were able to determine that they weren't connected to like the DVR, so there was no recording to pull from that surveillance system. But the screen that I did see was set up with cameras and showed each area that the cameras were facing.
So it's fair to say that the cameras were live and not recorded.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And while you were inside, and well, I guess, did you just go out alone, or were there other members of the Atlanta Police Department with it?
Other members as well, yes.
And did the other departments, such as the SWAT team or any other units, arrive and assist?
Yes, so based on our protocols with the way that the home is set up, if there's a burglar bar door, it already creates enough where we have to call in the SWAT unit to assist with entering that home. So they were used first to assist with entry, and then we went in from there.
Is their assistance, probably a leading objection, but is it for safety purposes?
Yes, because we can't get into burglar bar doors, and also the what we're dealing with is a victim who we saw observed on the floor. So with the extent of the severity of it, we have to call SWAT out.
Right. And was, when you all were able to enter into the home, was there anybody inside the house?
So SWAT was able to, when SWAT made multiple calls, nobody came out. And then when they went in, they brought out a female. Yes.
Okay. And at any point did you interact with the female?
I did. Being that she was a female, I am a female officer. I transported her to headquarters, and also was the one who dropped her back home, to that location.
And based on your observations, can you tell the jurors, did she appear to be sick or feeling sick?
Yes, she did appear to be sick. That's why I even checked to ask if she was okay. What did she need? As I learned that dehydration, so I brought a bottle of water to assist with that as well. Mm.
And while you were on scene and you're assisting in transporting the female to headquarters, did you link up with also Detective Stansel?
Yes, I transported her to headquarters to be interviewed by Detective Stansel, and then I transported her home once the interview was complete.
And, can you tell the jurors, do you remember the female's name? It's okay if you don't.
I don't.
Okay, at any point was, the young lady, was she, put in handcuffs or any sort of restraints?
Yes, she was detained.
Okay, can you tell the jurors, why?
So in the multiple calls that SWAT has called out and nobody is coming, it's also like a safety issue as well, but we called you out multiple times. We don't know if you're involved in something. We have evidence that may be within that location. So we want to make sure that everything is secure. And with the home being opened, so with her being detained, she could have possibly been obstruction, but we had to investigate further if this was just her not hearing us or was she involved in any type of way.
I don't think I have any, I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Bass, do you have questions for Detective Holst-Stewart?
When you said you went across the street to speak to Mr. Hymes, were you trying to be as accurate as possible for the jury?
Is that Mr. Saul that we're speaking about?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
All
Yes,
first name, Hymes, last name.
yes.
Would it not be more accurate to say you went down the street to 503 rather than across the street from 516?
I can only speak on my recollection. So in speaking with him, how he describes his neighbors would be across the street. His house, if you're looking at the numbers, 516 is on one side of the street, 503 is on the other side. So from my recollection is going to be, that's the accuracy of it.
Across the street directly from 516, based upon your investigation, would it be more correct to say directly across the street from 516 is 513?
If that's your interpretation, we can say that.
I'm not asking you to appease me. I'm asking you what is more accurate. Directly across the street is what number?
I'm not sure. Chapel Road is, I would have to be over there to advise of that because isn't it a road? Some houses are not aligned the same. So I'm not sure how what we're saying.
I think the point is made. I'll move on.
Okay.
When you went to 516, you were understanding you were investigating a homicide, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for all evidence that may be, however remotely connected to a homicide, correct?
That is correct.
You were looking for all locations for blood, correct?
Correct.
Did you find any blood on the street side of the yard directly in front of the house?
Which house? The 516?
Yes.
No, I found it on the porch, the steps. That's where I remember seeing blood. I'm not sure. I would have to check my footage again to see what I saw, but I remember the steps and the porch, yes.
Would the location of the blood in the driveway be consistent with there being a fight next to the Escalade parked on the side of the driveway?
There was no Escalade when I was there, so I can't tell you on the side of the Escalade, but if there is blood in the driveway, then yes, I don't know where the car was parked.
When you canvassed the area and went to the service station, did you notice the cameras inside the Exxon service station on the corner of Chapel and Donald Hollowell?
So which gas station? There's one there's two gas stations at that corner. So which one? Because I remember going into one of the gas stations,
Correct.
which would sit on the odd side of the street. And then there's another gas station that I believe Detective Hogan went into. So I went into this one and asked them about their cameras if they faced the field, and they advised that it did not.
My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're investigating a homicide, the locations closest to where you find the body tend to be the most relevant, correct?
No. Every location that can have if this location across the street, we're all assisting. So if this location across the street views what's happening across, then that's relevant. If this location views what's happened, then that's relevant. If we're sharing duties of canvassing for cameras, Detective Hogan went to that location. Also, if anybody else went to that location, they notated it. We give all that information to Detective Stansel to follow up with.
Is it fair to say that witnesses or assailants may have been present prior to your arrival and left before your arrival?
I'm not sure. Not about.
Speculation. It's a very speculative question.
I'll rephrase. Why didn't you get any camera footage from inside of either service station?
That would be, you would talk to Detective Stansel about that. All I do is notate what we have at that time to receive any information. If his camera's footage, if he wanted to go that direction, he would receive that inside.
Are you aware of what's in the file on this case?
Such
From
as?
the law enforcement, Atlanta police, investigative side, do you know what's in the file?
Only concern would be what I've done in this case that I can speak on, like as in here. What I've done is the only thing that would pertain to me studying it.
So if you saw a glaring error, surveillance footage not obtained, you wouldn't tell anybody else in the case about that?
So in the investigative file, we do not study, like I'm not gonna go over what the investigator is studying. That's his case. This is what he's doing. He speaks to supervisor, he speaks to the ADA's office for reference to what he needs done. We assist, which is what I did on the first day, and then I go and finish up with my cases. So I'm not sure really like what you're asking.
What's the name of the officer who's responsible for there being no footage on the front side of the store?
What do you mean? What
What is the name of the officer or detective responsible for there being no footage, in this case, from the front side of the Exxon service station?
Meaning if it was to them, if they needed to get something that was inside, you would speak to.
Who made the call to not get footage?
There's no call that's made. Hold on, let me process because I'm having a trouble with your question. There's nobody that says evidence should not be collected. What are we saying?
If you contact someone at the Exxon service station and ask for footage from the camera on the east side of the building,
Mhm.
you are necessarily declining to ask for footage from the west side of the building, correct?
Necessarily, I wouldn't say necessarily. You're asking specifically for what you need.
Why not get all the footage?
You would have to speak to the lead detective if that was something that was what they needed at that
You
time.
are a detective.
That is correct.
Common practice and procedure. If you're investigating a possible crime scene at a service station that
Mhm.
has surveillance footage, be it a rape, be it a car theft.
Let's stick to this case. Finish
Would
your
you
question.
not get all of the footage to see what transpired around that area?
I'm gonna project this one that's asked and answered on multiple occasions, on multiple times.
I think you know who you need to ask that question of. This witness has made it plain, it is not she.
When you were transporting in the back of your patrol vehicle, Chelsea Davis in handcuffs, you arrived at the precinct. Do you recall a broadcast on your radio stating
Don't answer the question yet.
that the homicide at 516 has been cleared?
Objection, hearsay.
Next question.
I'm not asking if it's true or not. It's not.
You can answer the
truth of
question.
matter.
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Nothing further.
I have one question. You said that you actually went into, the gas station, or you went into one of the gas stations?
Yes,
And, you said Detective Hogan went into, the other one?
that's correct.
And at any point during your investigation, did your investigation ever indicate or believe that Mr. Skeleton, the deceased, had gone into either of the gas stations?
No, neither from the information I gathered from the 911 calls as well. Everything, all the information address that the, such as screaming, arguing, or whatever happened on Chapel Road, the field, and between 516 Chapel.
And any of the calls that you talked about on direct across, the 911 calls, did any of them come from the gas stations?
There was a mention of the call where there was one of the witnesses that called in and they were buying lotto and passing and by the gas station, in which that also the details of that in the remarks was that the incident was across into the field.
It's a long one question.
What is the name of the person who called from the service station?
I remember the name Wilbur, but I am unsure the last name.
What did that person say they observed?
I would have to look at the call remarks. Didn't speak verbatim.
Has
I
that
gave
ever been
details.
provided in discovery? Did you give it to the prosecutors?
I am not the lead detective. I am here to speak about what I gathered from the information that I had on the scene and I spoke about in my body worn cameras.
Did anyone at either service station know Cordarius Skelton?
And I'm not unsure of.
Did you at some point early in your investigation learn the name, identity of the person who was deceased in the field?
No.
No Atlanta police officer spoke with you and said, I know him?
The victim in the field?
Yes.
Yes, they knew of him and who he was, but I don't recall asking for a name. We don't have to, we speak sometimes when we're on the scene, it's victim, right? Or in homicide, decedent. The name, it doesn't recall to me of the victim's name.
Did anyone at the service station also know of and about Cordarius Skelton?
I'm unsure of that part.
Thank you.
Questions from the jurors for the detective? You. Detective, can you share with the jury, please, what it was you received on your radio or text or whatever that got you to 516 Chapel that morning?
Yes. So initially, officer was called out to a larceny call that came in at the 6:03. Once the shift change, I believe it was during our shift change for the zones, once they arrived multiple calls came in, the other 3 calls came in. From there, they were directed to, I believe, the victim. In the victim meeting with fire, once they receive information from fire that they need to call homicide out, the victim is unresponsive. That is when they go over to TAC 1 on their radio. Well, they raise us on detective radio. So we're not listening to the zone, we listen citywide. They raise us on detective radio, we switch over to TAC 1. They advise us of what they have on the scene and we notify them that we will come out there and meet with them and take over from there.
You also talked about a different address, 503 Chapel. Can you tell the jurors how it was you ended up in front of 503 Chapel?
So I believe that 503 Chapel, which it was brought to my attention by the attorney, is going to be maybe Mr. Saul's address. In this, Mr. Sauls was outside speaking with my Sergeant Bailey, who is a homicide detective, and me having a body camera where I can record information that is being received and keeping notes for Detective Stansel as he had to come to Fulton County for a court appearance. I went over there to further speak with Mr. Saul and record his statement of what he was providing Sergeant Bailey.
Mr. Abadi, any follow-up based on that exchange?
Well, I'll say 2 questions. They'll be quick.
Just don't number them. You have questions.
Detective, I want to show you State's Exhibit 3. In State Exhibit, or what is State Exhibit 3?
This is going to be the call details of the 911 call. Yes.
So I want to direct you to second page of State Exhibit 3. And can you read to the jurors where it says person one information description?
Yes. So person one information, description, suspect, race, black, sex, male, clothing, black puffer jacket, black shorts, white shoes.
And you responded to the scene of 564 Chapel Road where Mr. Skelton, the victim, was found, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Tell the jurors in that area, whether on Mr. Skelton or in the field, was that clothing description, located? Was the puffer jacket located right next to the victim?
Yes, that is correct.
And was the victim also wearing clothes similar to what's described in what you just read in states or from State Exhibit 3?
Yes, in my observation of the victim, black pants, white shoes, and the black shirt that was near his feet.
Doesn't matter.
Mr. Bass, do you have any follow-up based on the questions that I asked
Do you
Detective?
speak Spanish?
No, I do not.
Does Detective Bailey speak Spanish?
No, he does not.
When Detective Bailey was speaking to Saul Jimenez in your presence recorded on your body cam, was the conversation in English or Spanish?
It was in English.
Did you understand the conversation going back and forth between Detective Bailey and Saul Jimenez?
Sergeant Bailey, I took over and speaking with him. So when I approached, I automatically started speaking with Mr. Saul.
Where is the body cam footage from your body cam today?
On Axon?
Could have been brought to court, correct?
You mean like downloaded by me?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
So don't get into what you've seen and haven't seen. Don't testify, please. But let me just clear it up. Was her body cam, was this detective's body cam produced as part of discovery? Okay, so you may not have seen it, but it was produced. I know you're not the first lawyer on the case, but if you're gonna open it up and say you haven't seen it, we're gonna have a discussion about what happened.
Understood.
Okay,
When you were investigating the homicide, you stated earlier you were looking for evidence of a homicide. You find the body, puffer jacket, and everything else. Did you find anything whatsoever indicating that the deceased was shot anywhere other than in the field where he ultimately lay?
You mean such as evidence wise? Are you speaking like?
Where was he shot?
I have to ask Detective Stansel because my investigation was just focusing on the scene, what I could find during the second canvass of any type of shell casings, any type of weapons, knives that were mentioned. That was my focus.
You're familiar with guns?
I am.
The larger the caliber, the larger the gun tends to be so that it's stable when fired. Is that accurate?
I cannot tell you with that. I'm familiar with one that I carry on my side of my hip, but in that you maybe have to speak to somebody who is more
Is
expert in
it
that.
fair to say that a small gun, if described, would tend to be of a smaller caliber, 22 or 9mm? As the millimeter or caliber gets larger, the gun gets larger, correct?
hold on, don't answer. Yes,
Already indicated not to put gun on her hip. She's not the witness to be talking about.
okay. You can ask that last question, and we'll see. Did you follow his question?
Yes, I did.
And your answer is?
The same. I've never had a smaller gun. I've always had the guns that are issued through the city, which was the 9mm and a 40 at one time. That's all. So I can't talk on a 22.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. We don't do round two. Sorry, sir. Detective, appreciate your time. You are free to go.
Thank you.
The next witness is approximately how long? And you're estimating only the direct? Or would you call it a longer witness or a shorter witness?
Mr. Daniels, so
That'll be a little while.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're going to take a break. I know we took a quick break. We have a funky length of time because of how the afternoon is going. So we're going to take a break now. It doesn't mean we won't have one more as the afternoon wears on, but we will take a break right now. And I will ask you all to please not talk about the case during the break. Feel free to use the hallway, etc. We'll try to keep it to 10 minutes, so be back here by 4. But Deputy Gordon will try to corral you when it's that time, and you decide whether you're corrallable or not. Any logistical questions? Seeing none, don't talk about the case. Take your pads with you. We'll see you in a sec.
Adjourn.
What was it? Oh. Mr. Body, how are we doing with scheduling? We will be here for another couple hours-ish, on the shorter side of the ish probably, but that's time to get through a few witnesses. And then Wednesday's done and we've got 2 days left. So when do you expect to rest?
Tomorrow, we're right on track. I think we'll have 2 witnesses tomorrow.
We have a medical examiner. We have the lead detective. I don't know how many GBI folks. They will all be this afternoon.
So the next witness I think I'm gonna call is the medical examiner.
Oh,
He cannot be here tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'd rather be safe than sorry. And then after that, I would call Mr. Daniels. And then the only GBI representative would be Mr. Gravely, and then the lead detective. So I think there'll only be 2 witnesses for tomorrow. The state will be ready to rest.
okay. I need to get working on the draft jury charge. Mr. Bass, Mr. Dennis and I will talk at the end of the day today about the decision he needs to make. You noticed 4 witnesses, plus you're free to call anyone on the state's witness list. At this juncture, one of your witnesses, Pitts, already testified. Do you envision calling any other witnesses outside of whether Mr. Dennis decides to testify?
At this point, no.
Okay, that's helpful for planning. It's always subject to change, and I respect that. Mr. Abadi, anything else before we start the break? Mr. Bass, anything before we break?
Negative.
Negative. All right, I'll see you all in about 8 minutes. We're ready for you, Ms. Rivers. What was that?
They call you? Yeah, lift exam.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you I was coming out here. You good?
Yes.
All right, let's get back on the record in State versus Dennis. Mr. Dennis is in court with his lawyer. We've got our prosecutors, and I believe our jurors are ready to go after our afternoon break. Mr. Bass, anything we need to talk about before the jurors come back in?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Rao? All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, the jury. I'll do the president of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from the break. We are pressing ahead with the state's case, and the state's next witness is
It's gonna call Dr. Colin Abear.
Dr. Hebert.
Can you please me raise your right hand? You swear affirm that the testimony you will be able to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. The lawyer in my seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
It's Colin Hebert, Colinhebert.
Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
and how long have you worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
3 years, and also trained there in 2015 through 16, so a total of 4 years.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about what you got to do with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Our main responsibility at the Medical Examiner's Office is to investigate deaths that are sudden or unexpected or violent, and to determine the cause of death and the manner of death by doing postmortem examinations or autopsies.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about what forensic pathology is?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology. So after medical school, we choose a residency. The specialty would have been pathology. And after doing training in diseases and injuries, I focused on forensic pathology. So it's an additional year of training in doing autopsies on people who die in those circumstances that I mentioned before.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background and your training that you have in the field of forensic pathology?
Right. So after college, I'm okay. Thanks. I got a bachelor's degree in biology, pre-med. I went to medical school for 4 years. I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. After that residency program, I did the forensic pathology fellowship for 1 year, and that was here at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. And I'm fully board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about, we talked about, or you mentioned autopsies, kind of the procedures and the things that you do when performing an autopsy?
Sure. So the autopsy is going to be a total examination. You can do a complete autopsy, a partial examination, an external examination. It all depends on the circumstances surrounding the case. So in this case, I did a complete autopsy. So that's where we begin by x-raying the body while they're still in the body bag. Then we start to document with photographs as we open the bag before we remove any clothing or medical devices. So photographs and notes, then we can remove the clothing if necessary and conduct an external examination. So that's head to toe, back to front, looking for any injuries or diseases or identifying characteristics. Then we can proceed with the internal exam, and that's where we perform the Y-shaped incision on the chest and abdomen and an incision across the back of the scalp to access the brain and all the organs in the neck, chest, and abdomen. We look at those one by one for injury and disease. We can take fluid samples, tissue samples all the way through. If we have to perform laboratory testing or microscopic examinations and any other testing, once those results come back, we can determine the cause of death, manner of death, and write an autopsy report.
And your number of years working with the medical examiner's office, can you give an approximation about how many autopsies you performed or been a part of?
Somewhere at about 3,430.
State Pretender, Dr. Ed Baer, as an expert in forensic pathology and autopsies.
Mr. No objection, no need to voir dire at this point. Okay. Dr. Hebert, you are qualified for purposes of this trial, State versus Dennis, as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Now, Doctor, I want to direct your attention to February 6th of 2024. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on a deceased individual, Mr. Kadari's skeleton?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you are performing an autopsy, are photographs taken to document injuries and the procedures that you're performing?
Yes.
And is that something that is done in all autopsies that you perform at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as a result of the procedures that you perform and the analysis that you do during an autopsy, are your conclusions or findings always finalized in a report?
Yes.
And is that something that you also, was there a report related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you what's been remarked to state exhibits 44 through 60. You will just say hello.
Is it your report 44 or 45? What's the number on there?
44 is the
44,
autopsy
okay.
report. .44 is a copy of the autopsy report that I generated. And 45 through 60 are copies of autopsy photographs.
And I'll start with State Exhibit 44. Is State Exhibit 44 a fair and accurate copy of the report that you authored as it related to the autopsy of Mr. Skelton?
It appears to be, yes.
And as it relates to State's Exhibits 45 through 60, in your review of those photographs, do they appear to be fair and accurate copies of the autopsy that was performed, photographs of the autopsy that was performed on Mr. Skelton on February 6th of 2024?
Yes.
This time around, the State Lieutenant was going to mark State's Exhibits 44 through 60 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, Doctor, can you tell the jurors what are the first steps that you take in performing an autopsy here as it related to Mr. Skelton on February 6th of 2024?
The first thing I do is review the investigative report. So when the case is called in to our office or the death is reported to our office, we get a summary from law enforcement or hospital staff, whoever reports the death. So I'll get an understanding of the circumstances of the case. So in this case, I knew there was a shooting involved. So I review the x-rays first, just to help locate where any bullets might be in the body, if they're still retained in the body, and just to make sure that the decedent doesn't have any other dangerous things or weapons on them, that can injure us. So after the x-rays, I mentioned before, we open the body bag and start to document with photographs before we manipulate anything. So, this is one of those photographs, which is the bag tag with that red seal and the decedent's identification tag with his name and the date and the case number and the investigator's name.
Now, and before we get into the specific autopsy that was performed and your findings from the autopsy, can you kind of explain to the jurors as it relates to gunshot wounds, what is soot and what is stippling?
Soot and stippling are markers of close range of fire or intermediate or a medium range of fire. So besides the bullet, the other things that come out of the muzzle or the barrel of a gun are flames, hot gases, gunpowder particles, and black smoke, sometimes before the bullet even comes out. So we use soot and gunpowder stippling, which stippling is the markings that it leaves on the skin. When gunpowder hits you hundreds of miles an hour, it can become embedded in the skin or it can bounce off basically and leave little punctate or pinpoint abrasions on the skin. So that's what we use to determine the range of fire.
And can you tell the jurors as it relates to what you just described with soot and stippling, when doing an autopsy, can you explain to the jurors the different ranges of fire that you are able to, I guess, record or tell in regards to any specific gunshot wound?
Sure. So the ones that we can see evidence of a close range or a contact range, I should start over. We can tell if there's a pressed contact gunshot wound or near contact, close range, which is going to be less than an inch or up to a couple inches. As long as we see black soot or deposition on the skin or clothing, that means it's close range because the smoke or soot will dissipate after about 3 or 4 inches away, but you'll still see the presence of gunpowder. And that's going to be intermediate range. And you can see that up to about 3 feet away, depending on the firearm. After you can't see any smoke or soot or stippling on the skin or clothing, after about 3 feet away, we call that indeterminate or distant range of fire because we won't be able to tell whether it's 5 feet away or 50 feet away, for example.
And prior to performing the autopsy procedures, is the body, the way it is received, documented or photographed in that manner?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When you receive a body, before you do any procedures, do you photograph it the way you receive it?
Yes.
And is that what we are looking at here in State's Exhibit 46?
Correct. So the bag is unzipped and a photograph's taken. The only thing that's done is the case number placard is placed right there in front of him.
And in State's Exhibit 47, can you explain to the jurors the purpose of the photograph that we're looking at here?
This is a standard identification photograph with the case number or placard on the upper chest.
Can you tell the jurors the case number 240332 What is its significance or how is that number generated?
The 24 is for 2024, the year, and 332 means that it's the 332nd case that was reported to our office, or death that was reported to our office.
Now, when performing an autopsy and ultimately when you author your report, in your report, when you have or when you find injuries such as gunshot wounds, if there's more than one, are you able to determine which gunshot happened first?
Not really, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And is there any significance or to, I guess, determining the, one gunshot is gunshot number one and gunshot number two in your report?
No, they're just labeled or numbered for convenience purposes.
And as it relates to Mr. Skelton, as you performed your autopsy, can you tell the jurors, did you locate any gunshot wounds on Mr. Skelton's body?
I did. There were 2 gunshot wounds.
And it states that at 48, can you tell the jurors what we're looking at here?
So on the right side of his upper lip is a gunshot entrance wound.
And can you tell the jurors, how are you able to determine that the gunshot states that 48 is an entrance wound?
The easy way is that there are 2 gunshot wounds of his head, and there's 2 bullets on the X-ray in his head. So it would make sense for it to be 2 entrance wounds. But if there was an exit wound in this case, I would be able to tell by the features of the wound. So this is an entrance wound because it has more of a circular or oval shaped, sort of a cookie cutter or punched out appearance. So when the bullet goes into the tissue, it's still spiraling and going straight in, and it takes the tissue with it. And it has an abrasion rim around the margin because the bullet is rubbing the skin on its way in. An exit wound is more like a split or a slit-like exit wound because the bullet, once it goes into the body, it's not going to be going straight and spiraling anymore. It might start to tumble end over end, and it can exit maybe sideways or backwards, and it's pushing its way out of the skin, and it's lost a lot of energy, so it's not taking the tissue with it. So it splits open the skin, and it leaves more of a slit-like appearance, and it doesn't rub the skin, so you don't have the abrasion markings.
And based on the autopsy that you performed, can you describe or can you tell the jurors the pathway or the travel of the bullet through this entrance wound?
Sure. So this one goes in through the skin and soft tissue on the right side of his upper lip. It goes through the maxilla bone, which is the upper jaw and parts of the cheekbones. The oropharynx, so that's basically the back of the throat or the upper larynx. And then it terminates, or the path ends within the soft tissue on the left posterolateral, or the back left side of his neck.
And after locating, I guess, the projectile at that location, is it removed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you see any evidence of soot or stippling as it relates to this gunshot wound in states of the 48?
Not on this gunshot, not on the skin surrounding this wound, no.
Now, you said there was a second gunshot wound in states exhibit 49. Can you tell the jurors, do you see an entry wound as it relates to the second wound that you were able to see?
Yes, so this is another gunshot entrance wound, and it's on the left parietal aspect of the scalp, about right here.
And can you describe to the jurors, as you did with the first gunshot wound, the pathway of travel as it relates to the bullet as it entered into Mr. Skelton's head?
Sure. So this one passes through the parietal aspect of the scalp, the left parietal bone. It then goes through the brain, or the left parietal cerebral lobe, which is, again, right underneath that area of the scalp. And it goes rightward rightward and downward. So it's the left cerebral lobe and then the right cerebellar hemisphere, which is on the bottom right side of the brain. And then it fractures or passes through the skull, the right occipital skull, which is the back right side of the skull. And then that bullet is also located in the back of the neck, but on the right side.
And can you tell the jurors this relates to this entry wound? Did you see or notice either soot or stippling like you described earlier when you were talking about what it was?
In this case, there's gunpowder stippling marks on the skin of the scalp, but there's no soot. The soot can be blocked by hair or clothing.
And in observing that there was stippling, I guess, can you kind of show the jurors on page 49? And you want me to look there or show that screen?
Of this here?
Yeah, that's a touch screen, and if you do stay muted and then tap it once, there's a little circle there, he's activated. Now your finger will make, if red color works, if you need to change the color, it's over on the side.
I just can't see the gunshot wound on my screen.
Is there something in the way?
Just centered.
Oh, it's zoomed in somehow.
Please zoom.
Is there a way to unzoom? I've never seen that happen before. Technology.
Oh. Okay. So when we have a gunshot wound that's under a hair-bearing area of the body, like the head or the scalp, we shave around that so we can characterize the wound and look for evidence of stippling and soot. So, and just to tell if it's an entrance or an exit wound. So the shaved hair was my doing. And then within this, let's see, let me get a little marker. Sort of within this area, there are little punctate pink dots, basically. I'm not sure if you can see that or if there's, or maybe I can zoom in more. Or is the next?
I don't think it
picture?
zooms on the other screen when you do that, so
We have a
Yes.
close-up.
zooming will come from, there we go, from
Okay,
the
this is
state.
much better. Let me erase this.
There's a arrow, they did it, great.
So I don't know if I need to draw again, but you could probably see a lot better now. There's about a 1-inch diameter of these punctate or pinpoint abrasions, and those are from gunpowder particles striking the skin and bouncing off. And I think there's actually, I don't know if you can see that from there, but there are 1 or 2 gunpowder particles that are still embedded in the skin. So, but this is about a 1-inch diameter. So it's an estimate because I'm not aware of the type of firearm that was used in this case. All firearms can be test fired to give a range of fire in a controlled setting. But with a 1-inch diameter of soot, 1-inch diameter of stippling, I would estimate this to be a close range or just within a few inches.
Okay. When you say close range, does that mean press contact wound or close there too?
It's not contact. If it's contact, all of the gunpowder and soot go into the skin. So you wouldn't see any on the skin. So it has to be some distance away from the skin. So, so it's not necessarily a near or partial contact, but it is. If you want to say near contact, that is possible too. But I think it's just within maybe 2 to 4 inches away.
And you said the direction of travel was left to right, front to back, and then downward.
Yes.
Okay. And is that consistent with, or could that be consistent with, based on your training and experience, with somebody standing, the body's laying on the ground, standing behind their head and shooting downward?
Not necessarily behind. We can never really tell the position of the body because, or where the shooter is, because it can vary so much. If he's leaning forward, that could be one way. If he's kneeling down, that could be one way. If he's laying down, that could be another way. So I can't say exactly what positions they were in when this happened. I can just tell the pathway of the bullet.
Now, other than the two gunshot wounds that you described, can you tell the jurors through your autopsy that you performed, did you identify or see any other evidence of injuries?
He did have blunt force trauma.
Now, we're looking at states of the 51.
Yes.
You describe to the jurors what you mean by blunt force trauma.
So blunt force trauma is caused from impact. So when something's impacting the skin, and the examples of blunt force trauma or abrasions or scrapes, lacerations, it's when the skin splits, or contusions or bruises.
And blunt force trauma, can that be something that somebody experiences or receives from getting hit with fists or objects such as the barrel or the butt of a gun?
That's correct.
And states, and I guess could you describe for the jurors the areas that you notated or noticed blunt force trauma and the specific injuries?
Sure. So the ones that I describe in the report are the lacerations. So the lacerations are the splitting of the skin. It's different from a sharp injury like a stab or an incision. So these are the skin splitting, and you can tell by evidence of bridging of the tissue. If you can kind of see next to my arrow or my lines here, there's the skin's still bridging together, as opposed to like a knife or a sharp wound, it would cut through all of the skin bridges. So, so these are lacerations. Trying to erase. In the periorbital area. So this is the orbit of the skull or face. The periorbital ridge is what I circled around, and that's just the bony prominences around the eyebrow and the cheekbones, basically. And those are the ones that are most commonly split when somebody's in a fight or struck, just because it's a lot thinner there, there's less cushion. So he has lacerations involving the left periorbital ridge, on the eyebrow, the lateral aspect of the eyebrow, on the upper cheek, and there's another laceration, this Y-shaped one on his upper cheek, and some more sort of abrasions and contusions on the cheek there.
And as it relates to State Exhibit 52, can you describe for the jurors the type of injury that you see and that was reported in your report as it relates to the autopsy?
Okay, yes. So these are his knees, and these are examples of abrasions where there are more scrapes and the skin scraped away.
And if somebody was dragged and their knee was hitting the cement, things of that nature, would that be consistent with the injuries you see in States Exhibit 52 and States Exhibit 53, the other knee?
Yes.
Now, in States Exhibit 54 and 55, can you tell the jurors, I guess, the significance as it relates to the procedures that you performed and the findings you had as it relates to Mr. Skelton's both of his hands?
Sure. We generally take photographs of the decedent's hands when they die violently or suddenly, and it's to try to just show pertinent negatives or positives for injuries on the hands, like defensive wounds or offensive wounds, for example, like injuries on the knuckles. And in this case, on both hands, I didn't find any injuries.
And then in States Exhibit 56 and 57, can you describe to the jurors what we're looking at and what kind of injuries were photographed as it relates to the neck of Mr. Skelton?
Yeah, so this is the right side of his neck. So on both sides of his neck, there were these thin linear abrasions that did break the skin. And the usual causes of those are either a thin ligature, or if someone's trying to defend themselves, if another person has them by the neck and they use their own hands to try to pry away, sometimes their own fingernails can cause injuries to the neck. But I can't say with certainty that either one of those were used. That's what they appear to be.
Then it states that exhibit 58, the other side of the neck with the same injuries you just described.
Right. So the left side, there are a few less, but again, linear, superficial abrasions that break the skin.
And it states in 59, up close or a closer picture of the injuries you just described.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, in your report and as part of your autopsy, can you tell the jurors how tall did you report Mr. Skelton height to be?
We measured him at 70 inches or 5'10".
And you talked earlier about the fact that there were injured wounds. Obviously, there was no exit wound. Once the projectiles are removed, is that what we're looking at here? It states that 60.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors upon the removal of projectiles, what happens next?
After I removed the projectiles, I put them on these gauze pads with the case label, which has all of his information, and meaning the case number, his name, the date, and the location from where they were recovered. And then after the photographs are taken, I place them into a plastic evidence box and seal that with red evidence tape. And that's packaged and sealed and submitted to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
I'll show you the mark that states it is 61. You look inside states 61, and let me know if you recognize states in 61.
These are the same photos, I'm sorry, the same projectiles that are in the photos. It does have my handwriting and my initials over the side of the plastic boxes, always initial and date there.
It states states exhibit 61, the projectiles that were removed from Mr. Skelton's head during the autopsy.
Yes.
All right, the state lieutenant was marked the states exhibit 61 at evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony the phrases cause of death and manner of death. Can you tell the jurors what is cause of death as it relates to your field of expertise?
Sure. The cause of death is pretty self-explanatory. So it's the injury or the disease that's directly responsible for the death. And the manner of death are the categories or the circumstances that lead up to the death. So we have natural causes, accidental, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
And as it relates to the autopsy that you performed on Mr. Skelton, and at the conclusion of the procedures you performed, were you able to determine the cause of death of Mr. Skelton?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what was the cause of death that you were able to determine?
Gunshot wounds of head.
And then as it relates to manner of death, can you tell the jurors based on your expertise, what was the manner of death that was determined for Mr. Skelton?
Homicide.
Nothing further this time around.
Mr. Bass, questions for Dr. Hebert?
Yes. You were shown photographs of the deceased Mr. Skelton's knees, and you agreed with the prosecutor that that was consistent with being dragged. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. When you drag someone who is wearing pants, would you expect to see any damage, alterations, or evidence of the dragging on the pants?
I would.
When you first received the body in the body bag, you took a X-ray from the outside without opening, correct?
Yes.
Then you opened the bag, and to preserve your safety and those around you, you check for weapons, contrabands, or anything that might harm somebody during a proceeding analysis of the body, correct?
Yes.
And you did that.
Yes.
Third step, you examine externally the clothing, correct?
I did.
And you did that.
Right.
And you normally do that.
Yes.
And you document that.
Yes.
What did you say about Mr. Skelton's pants?
I didn't document any defects to the clothing. I don't always document defects to the clothing if it's not gunshot or bullet holes.
There's nothing in your examination of the body or the clothing that would indicate objectively that Mr. Skelton was dragged, thereby resulting in the knee injuries, correct?
Right.
Could have been the result of Mr. Skelton coming hard and fast on ground, correct?
Yes.
After being shot.
Yes.
When you view the photographs of Mr. Skelton's hands, you agreed with the prosecutor that there were no wounds consistent with the hand being used offensively or defensively recently prior to death, correct?
Correct.
When you opened the body bag and examined Mr. Skelton's clothing, what did you notice about gloves on his hands?
I didn't note anything about the gloves other than they were there.
And was there a reason why the presence of gloves upon the hands of Mr. Skelton would not have impacted your response to the prosecutor regarding the injury or lack thereof on the knuckles?
No reason, no.
Should you have considered the fact that he was wearing gloves prior to agreeing with the prosecutor?
I would have, I didn't recall that at the time, but that's a good point. Yes, that the gloves could mask any injuries or prevent any injuries on the hands.
Blood splatters are hydrodynamic signatures of violent crimes, correct?
Yes.
They reveal when an event occurred, who the assailant may or may not have been, the circumstances of the crime or vicinity or area in which it occurred, correct?
I think some of that's true. I'm not sure about the time or when the event occurred. I don't know how I would
Okay. Blood
get to
splatters,
that.
correct, are important when analyzing homicides resulting from gunshot wounds, correct?
Can you repeat that again?
Is it important to document blood splatter when you are trying to determine the cause of death and manner of death that resulted from a gunshot wound?
The scene investigators should be documenting blood spatter. Yes.
Scene investigators being crime scene technicians with cameras photographing blood, correct?
Yes.
Detectives looking for blood ought to take pictures, correct?
Yes.
Measurements, correct?
Yes.
Grid searches documenting where and where not blood may have been is extremely important, correct?
Yes.
The head has a rich network of blood vessels, correct?
Yes.
20% of the blood in the body flows through the head, correct?
I'm not sure.
The scalp is thin, correct?
Relatively.
When you receive an injury to the scalp because of the thinness of the skin, the head injury tends to bleed more than a similar injury elsewhere in the body, correct?
Not necessarily.
When you receive injuries to the head, there's less likely a retraction of the blood vessels, correct?
Not necessarily.
Possibly,
Possible, sure.
often.
I wouldn't be able to tell you definitively either way. I mean, there's other places with thin skin and arteries that can be opened with, like, for instance, the wrist, the neck, where the vessels are directly beneath the skin, where people can bleed heavily. So I don't really know where you're getting
Okay.
to.
Your analysis of the body of Mr. Skelton would, let me rephrase, start again, that was awkward. Would Mr. Skelton, having been in a fight 30 minutes prior to being shot, be consistent with everything you saw?
You have to clarify what you mean.
All right. There was a lot of blood around the face, head, and neck area of Cordarius Skelton as he lay in the field. Have you seen those images?
Yes.
The nature of the head, the amount of blood flowing through the head, the thinness of the membrane surrounding the head would lead to extensive, prolonged bleeding, correct?
It doesn't really have that much to do with the thinness of the scalp. I mean, it's mainly the types of injuries. The lacerations will bleed. Yes. Is that?
Is it your expert testimony that lacerations to the head, cuts to the head, don't bleed more than similar cuts or abrasions to other parts of the body?
It
Is that your
depends.
testimony?
That is right. It doesn't, it's not necessarily true that a head laceration will bleed any more than a laceration to the neck or the wrists, for example.
I'm not trying to get you to say all the time, but is it normally the case that head injuries bleed more than injuries to other parts of the body?
So he's answered that, and he said it depends what you're comparing, and you need to ask it a different way or move to a different area.
When Mr. Skelton received his first injury to his face, if he did not apply pressure to that wound, would it have kept bleeding? Let's assume for argument's sake, it happened at 6 a.m. He did not apply pressure to that wound. The body is not found until an hour, hour and a half later. Would that injury have kept bleeding wherever the body lied?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
But it's possible
Possible.
that each and every injury on the face would have kept spilling blood as he lay in the field.
It's possible depending on the time. And I don't know the exact amount of time.
Are you aware of any blood spatter upon the clothing of Cordarius Skelton?
I would have to review the clothing again in person.
You knew you were doing an examination as a medical examiner, correct?
Right.
You photographed and documented everything noteworthy about this clothing, correct?
They're generally photographed front and back. If there are no particular, again, bullet defects or bullet holes, we may not look into it any closer at the time.
Would not the bullet-shaped bullet mass and velocity affect the blood pattern that would have been on or about the clothing of Cardarius Skelton?
Not necessarily. I don't know the position he was in when he was shot. That can determine which way the blood's flowing, if it's hitting the clothing in a certain way. So I couldn't say.
As a medical examiner, would you agree it's your job to rule in certain things and rule out certain things?
Yes,
You don't just not look at something for any reason, correct?
right.
So if you're examining clothes, you know there was a bullet wound. Why would you not look for blood splatter?
On the clothing?
Correct. Blood comes out from the
So
exit.
you've asked your question. You don't need to explain it. He needs to answer it.
We do note the presence of blood and blood spatter on the clothing, but that we, as the medical examiner, are not the specialists, the blood spatter specialists in a forensic laboratory. So if there's further testing requested on the clothing, then we would maybe triage it toward that person. The same way we recover a bullet, and I'm not the expert who is the firearms investigator, we send it to the GBI.
Do you know of any request having been made or any results therefrom?
I don't.
Do you know the time frame that elapsed between the blunt force trauma injuries and the injuries suffered by or received by the 2 gunshot wounds?
No.
Can you tell anything about the orientation of Mr. Skelton vis-a-vis the shooter based upon the injuries received from the gunshot wounds?
No.
Would the weather patterns, whether it's windy, affect the degree of stippling and residue present?
I highly doubt it.
Do you know if from the orientation of the body, the presence of blood upon the body or clothes, whether Mr. Skelton was shot in a state in the, let me rephrase. Can you tell from everything you observed whether Mr. Skelton was shot and fell immediately upon being shot, was shot, stammered around for a bit and then fell, was shot in a different location and moved, was transported, then shot? Can you determine to any degree of certainty whatsoever any of those?
Not from the autopsy, no.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Very quickly. Doctor, defense counsel just asked you a whole lot of questions about blood splatter and clothing. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
When you received, or when the body of Mr. Skelton was received, did he have any clothing on his head?
No.
And are the only gunshot wounds that he received to his head?
Yes.
Is there any indication that he received gunshot wounds to the torso where his clothes were present?
No.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 62 and 63. You recognize State's Exhibit 62 and 63?
Yes.
And how do you recognize photographs in 62 and 63?
Just from the documentation in the report and the case number with the photos.
And are the photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs taken during the autopsy of Mr. Skelton?
Yes.
This time around, the state contender was they marked the state exhibit 62 and 63 in evidence.
Mr. Bass?
Do you know when the photographs were taken?
They would have been taken during the autopsy, within that
How do you
same
know that?
time frame. That's when they always are. We remove the clothing, we place them on this brown paper on a separate table next to the body, usually, and take the photographs at that same time.
No objection.
Admitted.
Doctor, the photograph in the state exhibit 62 and 63, they're a part of the photos that were taken and have already been admitted into evidence as it relates to, I think it was 45 through 60, correct?
Right.
And those are just additional photos that we spoken about these photos and the clothing items that are depicted, and then prior to your testimony here today.
We reviewed them and decided to not include these, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just gonna mess with technology, I'm just gonna hold them up. As it relates to state exhibit 62, can you tell the jurors, are these pants?
No, it looks like 2 pairs of shorts.
And with shorts? Would you agree that some of these knees are exposed when they're wearing shorts?
Yes.
And then as it relates to state exhibit 63, the gloves that you talked about, defense counsel?
Right.
Would you agree that the gloves that Mr. Skelton had on, his knuckles and parts of his fingers were exposed to the conditions?
Some parts, yes. The tips of his fingers, they are fingerless gloves.
No further questions?
Mr. Bass, anything else for the doctor?
Fingerless gloves protect your knuckles.
I believe, yes, they would protect this part and maybe some of these
If you were
knuckles here.
punching somebody, what part of your knuckle would you use? What part of your hand?
Right, I see what you're saying.
Would that be the part of the glove that's part of the hand that's covered by fingerless gloves?
Yes,
When you testified originally about the injuries to Mr. Skelton's knees being consistent with being dragged, did you take into account the appearance of the wound itself
which wound?
to the knees?
Did I take,
Do you see any indication in the displacement of skin on the knees around the wounds consistent with the body being dragged as the knee is making contact with a rough surface?
again, I can't tell if he was dragged or if you said he came down on his knees after being shot.
Thank you.
Jurors, any questions for the doctor? Thank you. Counsel, I'll see you outside, please. We'll be right back, doctor. Doctor, how you doing? Great. That wasn't one of the questions. Just getting you comfortable. Are you able to tell the jurors if the injuries that were depicted in the photos were recent, as in with hours of death, within hours of death, or if they had happened 3 days ago and they just basically the pictures caught up with them?
Sure. All of the injuries that I saw on the body, no matter where they were, all happened within that same time period. There was no evidence of healing whatsoever.
Do you know if anything was found under the decedent's fingernails that would indicate defensive or offensive or any kind of contact with another person?
Right, so we did obtain fingernail clippings and submitted them for evidence. I don't know if those have ever been tested. I didn't see anything with the naked eye under his fingernails that would indicate any sort of defensive wounds.
Taking the fingernail clippings and sending them wherever they went, you can tell us in a minute, that's standard procedure, or you thought there was something special about these nails or this situation?
It's pretty standard. It's not every single case, but generally we do that.
And is it somewhere else in your lab or office that you send these clippings to?
We send the clippings to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
So they'd be the ones to talk about if any work was done on clippings.
Correct.
Are you able to tell from any of the investigative work you did, forensic work you did, if the person holding the gun that was used to fire the 2 projectiles was holding the gun in his or her right hand or left hand?
I would never be able to tell that.
Would there be anything about the projectiles that you recovered that would, it could be used to identify from what weapon the projectiles were fired?
Yes, I'm not a firearms technician or technology expert. They do examine those bullets at the GBI, the people who are trained to do that. But I can say that, yes, the bullets, if you wanted to show a picture, again, there's certain markings on the bullet that you can match up to the inside of the barrel of a gun. So when the gun is manufactured, there's a procedure called rifling when the barrel is drilled out and it makes a spiral pattern in the bullet. So if you've ever seen the beginning of a James Bond movie when he's walking across the screen and you see the spiral, so that's made to mimic the inside of the gun barrel. And that's made to make the bullet spiral as it comes out. So the lands and grooves that drilling or rifling process creates, the parts that stick out the more, or the lands, scrape the bullet on the way out. So you can see, where's the little pencil? You can sort of see these lines going across the bullet like that. So those are caused when it scrapes through the barrel. If the weapon is recovered, the GBI firearms person can test fire that weapon, so they can recover the known bullet that they fired and put it under a microscope next to the bullet recovered from the victim and match those up like a fingerprint.
That's pretty good for a non-expert. Mr. Abadi, any questions for the doctor based on that?
Yeah.
Mr. Bass?
Yes. When you speak about ballistics comparison between the bullet and the inside the barrel of a weapon, you're talking about matching that bullet and that bullet to a specific gun, not a specific category of guns or a specific brand, but a specific gun, correct?
Yes.
You will never be able to say whether either 1 or 2 came from a Ruger, Smith & Wesson, Heckler & Koch, anything. You'll only be able to match it to a specific gun and not a brand, model, or production assembly line of weapons, correct?
I don't know that. The firearms expert can give you a very specific category. I don't know exactly, so I should not answer that fully because I know that they can match it to a specific gun and sometimes even the brand of gun also.
You know that for a fact?
Read that.
So we're straying away from our expert who is a forensic expert. So let's do something different.
No.
All right, doctor, thank you for your time. You can grab your stuff. Please leave everything else. Next witness.
State Officer Matt.
Raise me and raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, self God.
I do.
So let you see. Can you state spell your name correctly?
First name Roderick, Roderick, last name Mack, capital MACK.
Good afternoon, Officer Matt. Can you tell the jurors, sir, how you are currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And, sir, how long have you been employed by the City of Atlanta Police?
8 years, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, where within the City of Atlanta Police Department do you work, or what unit are you in?
I am in Zone 3 Day Watch, which would be the Joyland area.
Okay, and you said Zone 3?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us an idea of where within the City of Atlanta Zone 3 is by giving us
It would cover everything south of Memorial Drive and Pryor, all the way down to the Lakewood Amphitheater, Highway 166, Cleveland Avenue Metropolitan Corridor.
that makes it clear. Can you tell the jurors in your tenure with the Atlanta Police Department, have you always worked in Zone 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said you work day watch. What are your typical hours of service or duty?
From 6 to 4
Okay, 6 a.m.
p.m. Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors back in February of 2024, last year, were you working the same shift, same area?
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors briefly, kind of describe your daily responsibility and role as an officer in Zone 3?
My primary functions as a 911 responding officer are to respond and to 911 calls for service and take initial reports.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were you in service or on duty back on February 16th of 2024?
I was.
And I guess, can you describe for the jurors, did you stop a vehicle being driven by Brenton Dennis?
I did.
Describe to the jurors a little bit about how that stop came about.
Sure. Shortly after 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m., the day of question, there was a LPR alert that was given out by a supervisor for a black and color 2004 Cadillac Escalade. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to give the tag or not.
Yes, if you.
State of Georgia tag, Tom George TGG 3355. And the alert gave a wanted subject for the registered vehicle owner, stating that he was wanted for homicide within the City of Atlanta.
What's LPR?
License plate reader.
Can you tell the jurors, how does, I guess, that LPR alert, how does it come about? How are you able to get notification either through yourself or through your supervisor?
Sure. Through the City of Atlanta Criminal Information Center, the State of Georgia Criminal Information Center, anytime there's a wanted person, we can flag them through that system, be it name, date of birth, vehicle, what they're wanted for, the warrant number, the date of warrant.
Okay. And when that is done, I guess you said an LPR alert, what are, I guess, license plate reader, cameras?
So once that tag comes in a certain vicinity, it'll give a location and it'll tell you what the individual or that vehicle is wanted for.
Okay, and so if I'm driving throughout the city, where there's an LPR camera at an intersection and it captures a wanted tag, is that how you get the alert?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in this instance, the tag number that you just referenced to the jury, did that tag number, I guess, come across or hit on one of these LPR cameras?
Yes, it did.
All right, and can you tell the jurors, do you recall the type of vehicle, the make and model that you stopped the defendant, Brenton Dennison, on February 16th, 2024?
Black in color, 2004 Cadillac Escalade.
Okay, and upon, I guess, getting that alert, do you actually make a stop?
Sure.
And where did the stop occur?
100 Thornton Place, which would be, I guess, not within 50 feet from the initial point of contact, as I stated in my report.
Okay. And upon making that point of contact and the stop, is Mr. Dennis placed under arrest because warrants?
No, he wasn't initially under arrest. We conducted a traffic stop myself, along with my supervisor, requested his driver's license, explained to him the reason for the stop, and he was detained. Upon running his Georgia driver's license number on our report information system, it came back that he was possibly wanted for the stated homicide that the license plate reader had initially alerted us to the vehicle for.
Okay, and after confirmation that you just described was made, was Mr. Dennis in the end placed in custody?
Yes,
Okay, and was he then taken to the Fulton County Jail?
that is correct.
Nothing further from the state.
Is your only connection to this case that you arrested Brenton Dennis on the outstanding warrant?
That is correct.
You arrested him without incident and without problem or resistance, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further.
Any follow-up?
There you go.
Jurors? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I wouldn't resist you either, but thank you for your time. Next witness.
Okay, we'll call Mr. Robert Daniel.
Raise me and raise right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but true self of God?
I do.
Good Lord, yeah, please. When you state and spell your name for the record.
Robert Daniels, ROBERTDaniels.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
Retired from Civil and Police Department,
And when did you retire from the City of Atlanta Police Department?
2017.
And prior to your retirement in 2017, can you tell can you give the jurors a little preview or about the background of where you worked within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I graduated from the academy in 1990. I was assigned to Zone 2 Morning Watch. Then I got transferred to Zone 5 Evening Watch. Then I worked Zone 515. Then I was transferred to Red Dog for about 2 years. Then I went to narcotics for 7 years. Got promoted. Went back to Zone 5. Went back to Red Dog. And then I ended up in Zone 3 where I retired.
Okay, you had quite the extensive career. Can you tell the jurors, do you know an individual by the name of Brenton Dennis?
I do.
And can you explain to the jurors, how do you know Mr. Dennis?
I met Brendan when my son started attending Carver High School. They were both played football for the Carver High School, and that's how I met him.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors about when that happened, about how many years ago that was?
I met Brendan in 2010.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, do you see the individual that you know to be Brenton Dennis here in Fort Worth?
I do.
And if you, for the record, could just point and identify by an article of clothing the direction or area in which the defendant is located.
Well, got dreads, like a blue, multi-blue tie, blue shirt, and like a blue suit.
To his left or his right, is there a male, female sitting next to him?
A male.
Time around, the state would let the record reflect that the defendant has been identified by the witness.
He has.
Now, you said you met Mr. Dennis in 2010 through your son?
That's correct.
And how often, I guess from the time that you met him on, would you see or interact with Mr. Dennis?
Well, through their his years at Carberry, often, because during football season, I saw him a lot. Took him home sometimes, actually quite a few times. So yeah, I saw him a lot. But then after he graduated, not as much.
Okay. And back on February 5th of 2024, did the defendant contact you?
Yes, he did.
And can you tell the jurors is how that contact came about and what the contact was for?
Well, he called me. I was working an extra job, and he advised that that he could see on his surveillance system that the police was at his residence. And then he said he saw a crime scene tape. His female friend was being detained, and he was concerned. That's when he went and told me that that morning he caught somebody breaking into his vehicle, and there was an altercation. He was fighting with the individual, and he called the police. They didn't show up. They hadn't gotten everybody in. He said he let them go.
Okay. And I guess after you had that initial conversation with the defendant, did he make any requests of you to figure out why the police were at his home and why see him on camera?
Well, he sent me a WSB app, but then I looked it up on my after we talked, I looked up on significant on my email. He told me that he was concerned, and if I heard anything, they'd let him know.
And when you said he sent you a WSB, you said app, I guess can you?
The post actually was a post, WSB post.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, I guess, what was, you can recall the subject matter, what was the article or post that he sent you about?
It was kind of vague to me, but I knew it was something serious. So I looked it up on my email, and I saw the significant on a body being found.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that the WSB either post or article that was sent to you was in regards to a body being found in off of Chapel Road?
I think it was in the post, but I know it was in the email that I wrote. So I'm not trying to confuse the two,
Right.
but I do know that it was in the significant.
And then maybe a clearer question. After getting the post or the article, whatever it was from WSB, you said you went and looked at a significant. When you say significant, what does that mean?
So homicide sends out a significant that has some information on anything pertaining to a homicide. They'll send it out to the zone. And so I found it and read it.
Okay, and so
Because I still get emails. Since I'm still working my extra jobs, I still on the email list, I still get emails.
okay, so as a former sergeant with the police department, is it fair to say you still have access to different cases that are, I guess, emailed or occur throughout the city?
They get everything everyone else gets, bolos, emails, events, all kinds of stuff, yeah.
Okay, and then so when you received the WSB link from Mr. Dennis, how are you able to, I guess, find the significant or the related incident that you were able to read about through your email and connect it to what he sent you?
I saw that there was a body found. It to me, I think it was the only significant that was pertaining to a homicide, as a matter of fact,
Okay.
that I looked at.
And did it involve what you were able to find involve deceased person being found off of around the 500 block of Chapel Road.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, after you made that connection through the WSB article that was sent to you and the significance that you found in your email, can you tell the jurors what you did next as it relates to communicating with the defendant?
Well, once I realized it was involving a homicide and a body was found, I contacted the homicide and spoke with the supervisor. He told me the detective was not in and that he would call me back.
Okay.
And he did.
And after that, at any point, did you have any further contact with the defendant, Mr. Dennis?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about your interactions with Mr. Dennis after that initial contact you had with him on February 5th?
So after I spoke with the detective, and he told me what he wanted me to do, he wanted me to reach out and have him call me. And that's what I did.
Have Mr. Dennis call the detective.
That's correct, sir. He said he wasn't responding and he needed him to call him.
And other than kind of the contact that you described, or the conversation that you described initially that you had with the defendant, did that kind of, was that all the, I guess, the subject matter topic that you spoke about in regards to this incident with the defendant?
Yes, the conversation me and him had about the incident was that day. Yeah, it was.
Was that the only conversation about the details that he described to you from the incident?
Yeah, all the details I got about that incident was that day, because every conversation after that was to call him, get in contact with him, go down there and speak to the detective, find out what he wants, speak to him. I don't want it to look like you're running from anyone. Go down there and speak to the detective. And that's what he did.
Thank you for your time. I don't think I have any further questions.
Mr. Bass, questions
Based
for,
upon your advice, Brenton Dennis went to speak with Detective Stansel without an attorney, correct?
I don't know if he had an attorney or not, but he made contact with the detective and went down to speak to him. I don't know how or what happened when he went.
Trusted you and called you, asking you what was going on, correct?
That's correct.
And you told him to speak to the detective, correct?
No, not when he called me. I called him back.
And when you called him back, you told him to go speak with the detective.
He didn't answer, so I left him a message. Then he called me back, and that's when I told him, yes, go speak to the detective.
And based upon your conversation telling him to go speak with the detective, he did just that, went to speak to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In your conversation with Detective Stansel, did you learn about orders from command regarding this case?
Objection here, sir.
Yes or no, without going into the details of what you learned?
Now, what was the question again?
Based upon your conversation with Detective Stansel, did you learn about orders from command at APD regarding this case? Not the substance of what you learned, but were there orders from APD command regarding this case?
No, I don't know of any orders that came from, you talking about from his supervisors?
Stansel's, correct.
Oh, no, I don't know anything about that.
Are you aware that there's a recording of your conversation with Detective Stansel?
I'm sure, it could be, I don't know.
You, a female officer, and Detective Stansel were all speaking together, correct?
That's correct.
Did Detective Stansel tell you during that conversation when he would be arresting and charging Brenton Dennis with this crime?
Objection here, sir. Relevance as it relates to this witness.
overruled.
No,
Did
he didn't tell
Detective
me.
Stansel, when you were talking with him, tell you when he would be charging, arresting Brenton Dennis with this crime?
He never told me that.
Have you heard has the prosecutor played or offered you copies of the transcript of your audio recording with Detective Stansel?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Abadi, anything else for Mr. Daniels?
Very briefly, would you consider yourself a family friend as it relates to the defendant, Mr. Dennis?
Would I consider myself a family friend?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say more of a parent, to some degree, because he's younger, he's my son's age. Yeah.
Prior to today, has defense counsel offered you the opportunity and played for you the recording between you and Detective Stansel and the female detective?
Say it again.
Before your testimony today, has the defense counsel played for you the recording of your conversation with Detective Stansel or the female officer who was present at the Starbucks when y'all met?
No, he did not.
Would you like me to play it for you?
It's up to you.
Will you wait for me and I'll play it for you to refresh your recollection? And then if you want to come back, you can.
How about you can talk with Mr. Daniels about that outside the presence of the jury, and it may become part of your case.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions from the jurors for Mr. Daniels? Nope. Sir, I appreciate your time.
Sure thing.
Take care. Next witness.
That would complete the state's witnesses for today.
For today?
Yes.
Okay. And as I understand it, you expect, things can change, but you expect to call 2 more witnesses before resting?
That's correct.
Okay. And one will be pretty short, the other will be longer.
Yes.
And they'll both be available 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Correct.
Okay. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for today. The witness who wouldn't take so long is just not here right now. Is that correct? Okay, because otherwise they say, let's fit that in because they gave us till 6, but he's not here. We're going to stop for the day. Thank you for going a little bit later, although we went about this late yesterday, but for building in the extra time in case we were able to go all the way to 6. We remain for now on track to getting this case to you on Thursday at some point, maybe early Friday, but on track with it being just this week that we're handling this case. So let's not worry about next week at this juncture. What I need you to do instead of worrying about that is keeping quiet about the case tonight. Don't talk with other people about it. Obviously, no outside research. And it would be great if we could make sure if we could start as close to 9 tomorrow as possible. So do your best. Traffic is traffic, and I get that. I didn't say this earlier, but if you do find yourself stuck, and I think some of you have done that, call the main number. Someone will be there to pick it up, and you can say, I'm doing my best to get here, but I-20 is backed up. And if it's backed up, it's backed up. But then we know not to panic or to think you're still asleep, and let's send a deputy out there. So do call if you're running behind. Otherwise, aim to be here a little before 9 so we can try to get rolling at 9 o'clock. Notepads stay in there. Any logistical questions before you get the rest of the day off? No? All right. Thanks for your time.
All right, so jury.
You all can be seated, please. Mr. Dennis. At some point tomorrow, I'm going to be asking you, not Mr. Bass or anyone else, if you want to testify in your case. And I'll talk about your rights, although I know you and Mr. Bass have already discussed them, that you have an absolute right to testify if you want to. Mr. Bass can't stop you. He may say, don't do it, but in the end, it's your call. You also have an absolute right to not testify. And if you exercise that right, I'll be telling the jury that they are to draw no conclusions at all from the fact that you didn't testify, because you have no burden to do anything at all. We're not going to cover that today because you're entitled to hear the entirety of the state's case before you need to make that important decision. But I want you to be thinking about it, and if you need time to talk with Mr. Bass about it, to take that additional time Because what won't work is if after the state rests, which hopefully will be before lunch tomorrow, I turn to you and say, hey, what are you going to do, testify or not? And you say, man, I need some time to think about it. You've had months to think about it, as you've been waiting for this week. So when we do engage tomorrow, it'll be time to say, yes, I am, or no, I'm not. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Great. So we'll cover that when the state rests, which ideally will be before lunch tomorrow. Mr. Bass, anything else we need to cover from the defense side at this time? Mr. Abadi, anything from the state? I will email to all three lawyers this evening a draft charge based on the submissions from both sides. There was nothing particularly controversial in either submission. I will not be including that ancillary charge about what abandoned and malignant heart means that the state always asks for. But beyond that, there may be some tailoring to be done because of how the case is unfolded. One thing we may need from the two sides would be a stipulation that Mr. Dennis's conviction is what I'm calling a qualifying conviction, or whatever language I used in the last trial. It's the first time I've had it come up. But for all the appropriate reasons, the defense didn't want the nature of that conviction to come in, just the fact of it, but an element of count 10, which is use of a firearm by a convicted felon during the commission of a felony, is it has to be a particular type of felony. It's not just the fact that Mr. Dennis is a convicted felon. And what the defense team did in the previous trial was to stipulate that that conviction was, and again, I think the term was qualifying felony. I made it up, but I'm going to mirror what we did in the last trial. And then Mr. Bass, you and Mr. Dennis can speak, but the thinking of the defense was, sure, you want to call it qualifying felony, great, because one of the elements that I'll share with the jury is that the state has to prove that that conviction is a qualifying felony. I don't say that means it was with a gun or it involves someone being scared or hurt. I simply say qualifying felony. And then if the stipulation is it was a qualifying felony, then we just check that one box that that element was stipulated to. And then we keep from the jury the nature of that prior conviction. If you're not interested in stipulating to an element, you're not required to, but then the state is able to share with the jury what that underlying felony was. So think about that, but you'll see that in the proposed jury charge. I don't want you to be surprised. What's this qualifying felony thing? It's a way to address a defendant's concern about the nature of the felony being shared. So I think you can protect that, but then you have to stipulate that it's a qualifying felony. But you guys can talk about it. I'm not forcing anything on anyone. They're just consequences in each direction. But if there is going to be a stipulation, that needs to be drafted up so that the state can tender it before they rest. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll see you all a little bit before 9 tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Thank you.